Chapter 1564. Devouring Fire Dragon King, warm up. In the distance, the faces of the crowd stiffened. In such an explosive battle, Lin Ling was actually treating it as a warm-up? This Lin Ling was crazy enough, bold enough. Facing the 5 heavenly kings, he was actually warming up. You! Heavenly King Tai Mo roared again. Lin Ling's words were like a second slap to his face, making him dizzy again because no one had ever dared to warm up in front of him. Your power comes from the Fire Spirit Princess. You borrowed her talent, right? Heavenly King Tai Mo said in a low voice after his anger subsided. That's right. My talents in other aspects have yet to reach the level of the Fire Spirit Princess. Lin Ling looked down on the Fire Dragon King and spoke with contempt. I see. Many people suddenly felt relieved. Fortunately, Lin Ling was borrowing power. If Lin Ling had such a terrifying fire attribute talent, it would be terrible. At that time, Xianpeng province would definitely have a venerable emperor, and the martial artists of Xianhuang Daiyu naturally didn't want to see that happen. Of course, they were comforting themselves. They didn't know that if they wanted to convince the Fire Spirit Princess of her talent, how could an ordinary person do it? Only a divine-level flame could do that. This also meant that Lin Ling actually had a talent that was even more terrifying than the Fire Spirit Princess. Borrowing someone else's talent is not your strength. The previous attack should be your strongest attack. Without the Fire Spirit Princess's strength, how are you going to fight? Heavenly King Tai Mo shouted coldly, as if he knew that Lin Ling was at the end of his rope. That's right, the Fire Dragon King from before. I contained all of the Fire Spirit Princess's power within it. Lin Ling nodded. Huh, you can't even touch me with that kind of strength. Do you think you can win? Moreover, that kind of power doesn't belong to you and can disappear at any time. How can you win? Heavenly King Tai Mo laughed excitedly. He took a step forward and walked toward Lin Ling with endless devil chi. At this moment, he felt like he had won. Looks like Heavenly King Tai Mo is more skillful. Of course. Heavenly King Tai Mo is a veteran king. How can a rising star like Lin Ling possibly shake him? Many ancient martial artists nodded. They knew that Lin Ling was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Let me show you the pinnacle of my heavenly pattern martial arts. Heavenly King Tai Mo roared angrily. His hands moved repeatedly, urging the devil chi, causing the ancient devil kingdom to appear in the sky. Devil chi shot out in all directions like earthworms. Ah! Many people in the distance were stunned for a moment. Then, they felt the earthworms rushing into their bodies. Their eyes suddenly became ferocious, and they constantly tore their own flesh, tearing off pieces of flesh. Some people even broke their own bones. For them, it was as if this was the only way to feel comfortable. What a terrifying origin energy. The faces of those martial artists who were slightly stronger changed drastically at this moment, and they retreated frantically. Among the 5 heavenly kings, Heavenly King Tai Mo was indeed terrifying. He had obviously used an even more powerful technique. Legend has it that the supreme demonic heavenly king's demonic Tao came from a human prison in the chaotic demonic sea. He obtained a cultivation method there, cultivated it, and finally became one of the 5 heavenly kings. The ancient warrior said with a solemn expression. That world has become a devil kingdom. Someone said in fear. Heavenly King Tai Mo, also known as the Supreme Ancient Devil, was indeed cruel and extremely terrifying. Afterward, many people stared at the young man on the Fire Dragon King and muttered to themselves, in the previous collision, Heavenly King Tai Mo obviously did not use his full strength. Now that he's using his full strength, Lin Ling is probably going to die a miserable death. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling stood quietly on the Fire Dragon King in the face of the Devil Kingdom's arrival. He was neither arrogant nor humble, neither happy or angry, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. So calm. The people in the distance were secretly surprised. One had to know that when other disciples encountered the Devil Kingdom, they would have panicked. However, Lin Ling faced it calmly. Among the disciples of the mortal world, who else could have such courage? Heavenly King Taimo, the strength you've displayed is not bad. Only then can I try my last move. Many people heard Lin Ling's words, and that sentence made them stop breathing. Lin Ling seemed to be not only fearless, but also excited. That was the excitement of battle, the persistence of martial arts, and the desire to meet stronger experts to prove himself and broaden his horizons. Madman. The crowd shook their heads, their hearts shocked. Look, Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King is moving, and it's entangling Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, not knowing what Lin Ling was going to do. At this time, shouldn't Lin Ling be using the turbulent Fire Dragon King to fight against the Devil Kingdom and thousands of devil venomous puppets? Oh no, the Fire Dragon King has swallowed Lin Ling. However, something even more shocking happened. The huge ancient Fire Dragon King actually swallowed Lin Ling. This unforeseen event made the crowd even more shocked. Even Heavenly King Taimo was puzzled. Lin Ling often did not play by the rules. This time, what exactly was he going to do? Rumble. Almost at the same time, an even more terrifying power of fire erupted. The sun spread, and the clouds in the sky were set ablaze. On the ground, the Fire Dragon King swallowed Lin Ling, but to everyone's surprise, the Fire Dragon King disappeared, and from the sun-like flames, a slender figure slowly walked out. Alright, you can die now. Your demonic energy is nothing to me. At this moment, a cold voice also drifted out, with strong confidence, wanting to crush Heavenly King Taimo. At this moment, Lin Ling did not seem to be Lin Ling, but the real Fire Dragon King. He stepped on the ground, step by step, and with every step, a dazzling Fire Dragon King appeared under the ground. However, this time, it was not a major law, but the power of origin. Such a terrifying power made even Heavenly King Taimo tremble with fear. Why did Lin Ling's martial way of fire become even more terrifying after he was swallowed by the Fire Dragon King? Could it be that Lin Ling seemed to be swallowed by the Fire Dragon King, but in fact, he had swallowed the Fire Dragon King? This also meant that the previous collision between him and Lin Ling was actually just one of Lin Ling's tricks. Lin Ling had not reached his limit at all. His limit was to swallow the Fire Dragon King and achieve the fire origin. Even I am trembling. What level has the power of that fire reached? Princess Fire Spirit was also shocked. This was the first time she saw someone in the younger generation who could make her tremble in the martial way of fire. She remembered that the last time was from her sister, Princess Fireglow. She could not help but feel excited. This battle was the most exciting battle she had ever seen. Of course, it was not only her. The others were the same. The brilliance of this battle was beyond their imagination. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling was like the Fire Dragon King. His long hair danced wildly, and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. He stared at Heavenly King Taimo with contempt. Do you think the Fire Dragon King was my limit? Do you think the Fire Dragon King's attack is my trump card? As I said, that was just a warm-up. Now that I have a huge amount of power, you should let me test my sword. Boom! His voice was like thunder, and his imposing manner suppressed Heavenly King Taimo. Test his sword? Many people opened their mouths wide. Only Lin Ling would dare to use the 5 Heavenly Kings to test his sword. Boom! Chapter 1565. Terrifying strength, Lin Ling, you can do it. Cheers. Seeing Lin Ling's aura rising, my heart is beating fast. Cheers. The disciples in the distance were trembling with excitement. As for Heavenly King Taimo, his expression was ugly. How could this be? Every time he thought he was about to crush Lin Ling would unleash an even more powerful trump card and give him a heavy slap in the face. Devil Nation Storm. Cheers. Heavenly King Taimo roared and pushed out his hands. Vast demonic energy swept out. If one looked carefully, the demonic energy was actually formed by endless demonic puppets. If an ordinary person touched a trace of the demonic energy, they would definitely torture themselves to death. It was extremely terrifying. Sky. Cheers. On the ground, Lin Ling didn't stop and slashed out with his sword. The fire sword came from the horizon. It was the most dazzling fire sword Dao in the world. It had the sharpness of the sword and the dominance of fire. Rumble. The demonic energy was split into two, and the place where it was split was extremely neat, like a mirror. What a powerful sword. Cheers. The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe, afraid that they would miss something. Impossible, Heavenly King Tai Mo. Cheers. Heavenly King Tai Mo's expression turned even uglier. He opened his mouth and spat out his innate ability. Demonic wind whistled and he actually turned into a huge Heavenly King Tai Mo, pouncing on Lin Ling. Get down. Cheers. After Heavenly King Tai Mo appeared, Heavenly King Tai Mo roared. Do you think I'll get down just because you say so? Break. Cheers. In the distance, Lin Ling didn't stop and slashed his ancient sword toward the sky. Rumble. Heavenly King Tai Mo was split into two. That sword cut through everything. Dang. Dang. Heavenly King Tai Mo retreated. When did Lin Ling's sword become so powerful? My sword raises the power of the Great Law. I swallowed the Fire Dragon King, which gave me the origin of fire. In addition to the power of fire raised by my sword, this sword has probably reached the great success stage of heavenly pattern martial arts. In addition, my fire talent surpasses yours, so although your heavenly pattern martial arts are only at the transcendent stage, the gap is covered. Lin Ling was still moving forward in an overbearing manner. He walked toward Heavenly King Tai Mo like the loneliest fire swordsman in the world. To him, so what if they were the 5 heavenly kings? He could still kill them. What? A sword increased the power of origin? The crowd's hearts exploded. Lin Ling's sword was so sharp. Impossible. How could such a sword be in your possession? Heavenly King Tai Mo roared. Lin Ling's every step was like stepping on his heart. Emperor-grade swords, and all of them are fire elemental runes. Do you even understand these things? I can tell you that if this sword is wielded by a fire elemental cultivator, the effects it brings can reach the level of a half-step divine weapon. Lin Ling shouted coldly. His words were like thunder, making Heavenly King Tai Mo's face turn even paler, even more twisted and ferocious. I don't believe it. Supreme Void Demon Kingdom. Heavenly King Tai Mo was hysterical. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, how could he be suppressed by Lin Ling? He never thought that Lin Ling would be so powerful after devouring the Fire Dragon King. If Lin Ling walked up to him, how could he have the strength to fight? His martial heart would be crushed by Lin Ling. Rumble. An even more terrifying demonic aura swept out like countless tentacles. Anyone who was touched by it would die. The crowd in the distance could not believe what they were seeing. Lin Ling was actually suppressing Heavenly King Tai Mo. This was simply against the norm. However, they thought that Heavenly King Tai Mo had a powerful background and was one of the 5 heavenly kings. They did not know how terrifying Lin Ling's current strength was. In fact, Heavenly King Tai Mo was not only fighting Lin Ling, but also the Fire Spirit Princess at the same time. Too weak. Swoosh. Following Lin Ling's low shout, his sword slashed out again. The incomparable sword cut the demonic aura into 2. This sword seemed to be invincible, destroying everything that stood in its way. Supreme Devil Ancient Body. Heavenly King Tai Mo roared. The result in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was unwilling to accept this. He was here to torture and kill these disciples to avenge his son, not to be suppressed by his opponent. Too weak. It was still the same sentence. Lin Ling slashed out again, sweeping away everything in his path. Kacha! Heavenly King Taimo's demonic body instantly shattered. Demonic aura poured out, an array of blood appeared. An arm fell to the ground at the same time. It was a shocking sight. Heavenly King Taimo's arm was cut off. The 5 heavenly kings, the domineering kings, were still unable to withstand a single slash from Lin Ling. No matter how much demonic aura you have, or how domineering you are, I only need one slash. At this moment, the crowd's gaze froze, staring blankly at Lin Ling's strong. This was true strength. Among the disciples of the mortal world, apart from Lin Ling, no one was stronger than the Heavenly Emperor. One slash to break all laws. Those disciples' eyes were filled with fanatical worship. One must know that when Heavenly King Taimo arrived, he was toying with everyone, enjoying the way they begged for mercy. But now, how could he enjoy it? He couldn't even withstand a single slash from Lin Ling. He, Heavenly King Taimo, should be the one begging for mercy. Pa! Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. Holding the sword diagonally, the tip of the sword scratched the ground, bursting into dazzling sparks. Heaven and earth were silent. Heavenly King Taimo stood there trembling. He did not make a move because he no longer had the confidence to do so. He could only watch as Lin Ling walked over and suppressed him. After a moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of him, looking down at him with a cold face. Your son died in my hands. Shouldn't you do something? Now, Lin Ling told Heavenly King Taimo in front of him that he, Lin Ling, was the murderer. Heavenly King Taimo was one of the 5 heavenly kings. If he wanted revenge, then come and kill him. Don't be too arrogant. This was the first time Heavenly King Taimo had been humiliated like this since he became one of the 5 heavenly kings. If he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. When you decide the life of others in a domineering manner, you should have thought that when the opponent is stronger than you, then he will also decide your life in a domineering manner. Lin Ling said faintly, the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely strong. It seems that Lin Ling is about to rise. The 7 Emperors' world will have a powerful disciple, whose name will shake the entire world. Seeing Lin Ling questioning Heavenly King Taimo, many ancient warriors muttered to themselves. How domineering and bold. How could he question the 5 heavenly kings in front of him, and the 5 heavenly kings did not dare to resist? Who could do such a thing? Plop, I shouldn't have provoked you. I was wrong about this. At this time, Heavenly King Taimo knelt down on one knee. He no longer had the brutal look from before. Lin Ling had suppressed him to the point that he no longer had any will to fight. This. All the disciples opened their eyes wide. Heavenly King Taimo was begging for mercy? Such a thing actually happened before their eyes. It was simply a dream. You like to kill, but you also like to see your opponent beg for mercy before you kill. Therefore, you know that you are not as good as me, so you should kneel down and beg for mercy now. Is that right? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and stared at Heavenly King Taimo. That's right. Heavenly King Taimo felt humiliated, but he still gritted his teeth and said. In order to survive, he would do anything. I'm sorry, but I like to kill my enemies with a sword. I don't like to see my enemies beg for mercy. However, Lin Ling said ruthlessly. He was not so perverted as to enjoy the feeling of his enemies begging for mercy. To him, there was only one outcome for his enemies, and that was death. Chapter 1566. In the mysterious celestial palace, the heavenly king of the great demon was stupefied. Lin Ling wanted to kill him? He ground his teeth and said, I'm one of the 5 heavenly kings, do you really want to kill me? I'm the strongest cultivator in Champion University. You won't gain anything by killing me. Die. You're not the first heavenly king to die in my hands. Die. Lin Ling smiled and slashed with his sword. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword struck out, it cut through the void. Wherever the sword light passed, it actually cut through dozens of mountains and disappeared into the horizon. The heavenly king of the great demon was still kneeling. Gradually, his head fell to the ground. Before he died, he saw his own body. It was the first time in his life that he had seen his own body without a head. He had come to kill his disciples, to kill Lin Ling, to avenge his son's death. He hadn't thought that he would be able to kill anyone in the world. On the contrary, he had seen himself die. Boom! Demon Chi raged and finally exploded. The heavenly king of the great demon's body turned into Demon Chi. He couldn't be more dead. He's dead. Die. The disciples were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would win that battle. As expected, that bastard said he would take care of the rest. He's done it. The fire spirit princess smiled. They hadn't fought in vain against the heavenly king of the great demon. Another one of the 5 heavenly kings has died. As far as I know, 2 of the 5 heavenly kings have been killed by Lin Ling. Die. Unfortunately, he's a disciple of the 7 emperors. If he were a disciple of Champion University, that would be great. Die. In the distance, the crowd was excited, jealous, and astonished. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. As for Lin Ling, he slowly sheathed his sword. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Although he didn't rely on his own strength in this battle, it had still opened his eyes. It had let him know how powerful a heavenly pattern martial art was at the large success stage. That level of origin energy was simply a sword that could cut through everything. When my godly demon overlord body becomes stronger, I'll be able to control the Yellow Springs flames. Then, I'll be able to control fire. Die. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, everyone came over. These disciples respectfully saluted Lin Ling as if they were looking at a senior brother because their lives were saved by Lin Ling. This is the power of everyone working together. Lin Ling wasn't greedy for credit and said with a smile. You borrowed my power, so we fought side by side before. But very good, you killed the arrogant heavenly king Tai Mo, and this princess has vented her anger. I'll reward you to be my slave. Princess Hualing ran over with her fair legs and said. You want me to spank you? Lin Ling looked at her with a strange smile. Princess Fire Spirit subconsciously touched her butt and pouted. Lin Ling, you're getting more and more powerful. If it weren't for you, our Jin family dynasty would have been destroyed. Jin Yuan and his sister also came over. They were laughing at His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi in their hearts. Those people thought that the Jin family dynasty would be destroyed when the heavenly king Tai Mo came. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed the heavenly king Tai Mo. Unfortunately, His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, they would have laughed at him. Hee hee, I just helped out. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He sighed in his heart. This time, he came to complete the mission, but in the end, there were many twists and turns. He actually fought with an expert at the level of Lord Shui Wu. Fortunately, his luck was good and he won this battle. Rumble. At this time, a roar came from the sky. A huge palace flew through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Treasure light soared into the sky. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful treasure. Divine weapon, the legendary sky-traversing palace? The warriors on the ground withdrew their gaze from Lin Ling and stared at the sky in horror. Several figures were standing on top of the palace. One of them was a young man in golden robes. He had a calm expression and gave off a cultured and refined feeling. However, just by standing there, he seemed to be a grand source, a true immortal emperor of this world. In addition to the young man, there was an old woman next to him. She was also staring at the ground indifferently. There were 3 other figures. 2 of them were women like fairies. They wore white and purple dresses. They were light and ethereal, extremely beautiful. They were holding the hands of a child. However, they weren't looking at the ground, but at the distance with melancholy. Obviously, they didn't notice the intense battle on the ground. Or perhaps it could be said that they weren't interested in the battle at all. Instead, they missed someone. Of course, if they saw the battle, they would definitely be incomparably excited because the person they missed was on the ground at this moment. It was as if it was fated that they would regretfully brush past him. That uncle is so handsome. Yes. Only the child stared at the ground. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was very clean. Most importantly, his eyes were very clear and made people feel very comfortable looking at him. Rumble. The palace tore through the sky and soon disappeared into the distance. It was as if they were just passing by and weren't Xianhuang Dayu warriors. It's them. Yes. On the ground, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and chased after the disappearing palace. Above the palace, he finally saw his wives. They were Yu Yu and Anuer. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Princess Hualing anxiously shouted and chased after him. Many people were puzzled. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so anxious and even a little crazy. Get lost. Indeed, Lin Ling was in a state of madness. Everyone in front of him was knocked away. Yu Yu, he actually saw Yu Yu and the others. After going to Xianping province, Lin Ling had been looking for Yu Yu and the others. Unfortunately, there was no news of them. He wanted to find them, but the world was so big that he couldn't find them. Now that Lin Ling had finally seen them, how could he not be anxious? Your Majesty, that's a divine weapon. Elder Zi's voice sounded. He also knew that Lin Ling was chasing after the palace in the sky. Divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew the value of a divine weapon. There were very few people in the human world who had such courage to use a divine weapon to build a palace. How did Yu Yu and the others know such an expert? Moreover, Yu Yu and the others seemed to be fine and were treated with courtesy. Lin Ling had too many mysteries in his heart. At that moment, he had to catch up with Yu Yu and the others to find out the truth. He had never thought that he would be lucky enough to meet Yu Yu and the others. Stop. You're Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors world. You're a dignified disciple and you dare do whatever you want in Xianhuang Dayu. Come with me to Champion University and explain yourself. At that moment, an old man appeared in the distance. His hands were clasped behind his back. He had white hair and a youthful face, but his voice was extremely dignified. It's Mr. G. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man. That old man was an elder of Champion University. Lin Ling had killed the Heavenly King Tai Mo, and that old man wanted to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a disciple of the Seven Emperors world, no wonder Mr. G is here. But he'll be fine. He'll just go with Mr. G to Champion University, said the disciples. They knew that Champion University wouldn't dare attack Lin Ling, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the Seven Emperors world. Piss off! Shouted someone furiously. It sounded like a dragon's roar. Chapter 1566, Lin Ling in the mysterious celestial palace. The Heavenly King Tai Mo was stupefied. Lin Ling wanted to kill him? He ground his teeth and said, I'm one of the 5 Heavenly Kings, do you really want to kill me? I'm the strongest cultivator in Champion University, you won't get anything out of killing me. Die. You're not the first 5 Heavenly Kings to die in my hands. Die. Lin Ling smiled and slashed out with his sword. Boom boom boom. When the sword struck out, it cut through the void. Wherever the sword light passed, it actually cut through dozens of mountains and disappeared into the horizon. The Heavenly King Tai Mo was still on his knees. Gradually, his head fell to the ground. Before he died, he saw his own body. It was the first time in his life that he saw his own body without a head. He had come to kill disciples, to kill Lin Ling, to avenge his son's death. He hadn't thought he'd be able to kill anyone in the world. On the contrary, he had seen himself die. Boom! Demon Qi raged and finally exploded. The Heavenly King Taimo's body turned into Demon Qi. He couldn't be more dead. He's dead! Exclamation point. The disciples were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would win. As expected, that bastard said we'd leave the rest to him. He's done it. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled. They hadn't fought in vain against the Heavenly King Taimo. Another one of the 5 Heavenly Kings has died. As far as I know, 2 of the 5 Heavenly Kings have been killed by Lin Ling. What a pity. He's a disciple of the 7 Emperors. It would be great if he was a disciple of Champion University. Exclamation point. The crowd in the distance was filled with excitement, jealousy, and disbelief. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. As for Lin Ling, he slowly sheathed his sword. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Although he didn't rely on his own strength in this battle, it had still opened his eyes. It had let him know how powerful a heavenly pattern martial art was at the large success stage. That level of origin energy was simply a sword that could cut through everything. When my godly demon tyrant emperor body becomes stronger, I'll be able to control the Yellow Springs flames. Then, I'll be able to control fire. Sigh. Thought Lin Ling. At the same time, everybody walked over. The disciples bowed respectfully in front of Lin Ling, as if he were their fellow disciple, because Lin Ling had saved their lives. It's because everyone cooperated. Sigh. Said Lin Ling smiling. He wasn't greedy. You borrowed my power, so we were fighting side by side before. But very good, you killed the arrogant Heavenly King Taimo, so this princess has vented her anger. I'll reward you to be my slave. Haha. Princess Hualing ran over with her fair legs and said. You want me to spank you? Ha! Said Lin Ling with a strange smile. The Fire Spirit Princess subconsciously touched her butt and pouted. Lin Ling, you're getting more and more powerful. If it wasn't for you, our Jin family dynasty would have perished. Said Jin Yuan and his sister. They were laughing at His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi. Those people thought that the Jin family dynasty would perish with the arrival of the Heavenly King Taimo, but they didn't know that Lin Ling had also killed the Heavenly King Taimo. Unfortunately, His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, they would have laughed at him. Hee hee, I just helped out. Ha! Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He sighed in his heart. This time, he came to complete the mission, but in the end, there were twists and turns. He actually fought with an expert like Lady Shui Wu. Fortunately, his luck was good and he won this battle. Rumble. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the sky. A huge palace flew through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Treasure light soared into the sky. It was obviously an extremely powerful treasure. Divine weapon, the legendary sky-traversing palace? The warriors on the ground withdrew their gaze from Lin Ling and stared at the sky in horror. Several figures were standing on top of the palace. One of them was a young man in golden robes. He had a calm expression and gave off a cultured and refined feeling. However, just by standing there, he seemed to be the source, a true immortal emperor of this world. In addition to the young man, there was an old woman next to him. She was also staring at the ground indifferently. There were 3 other figures. 2 of them were like fairies, wearing white and purple dresses. They were light and ethereal, extremely beautiful. They were holding the hands of a child, but they were not looking at the ground. Instead, they were looking into the distance with melancholy. Obviously, they didn't notice the intense battle on the ground. Or perhaps it could be said that they weren't interested in the battle at all. Instead, they missed someone. Of course, if they saw the battle, they would definitely be incomparably excited because the person they missed was on the ground at this moment. It was as if it was fated that they would regretfully brush past him. That uncle is so handsome. Yes. Only the child stared at the ground. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was very clean. Most importantly, his eyes were very clear, making people feel comfortable looking at him. Rumble. The palace tore through the sky and soon disappeared into the distance. It was as if they were just passing by and weren't Xianhuang Daiyu warriors. It's them. Yes. On the ground, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and chased after the disappearing palace. Above the palace, he finally saw his wives. They were Yu Yu and Anuer. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Princess Hualing anxiously shouted and chased after him. Many people were puzzled. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so anxious and even a little crazy. Get lost. Indeed, Lin Ling was in a state of madness. Everyone in front of him was knocked away. Yu Yu, he actually saw Yu Yu and the others. After going to Xianping province, Lin Ling had been looking for Yu Yu and the others. Unfortunately, there was no news of them. He wanted to find them, but the world was so big that he couldn't find them. Now that Lin Ling had finally seen them, how could he not be anxious? Your Majesty, that's a divine weapon. Elder Zi's voice sounded. He also knew that Lin Ling was chasing after the palace in the sky. Divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew the value of a divine weapon. There were very few people in the human world who had such courage to use a divine weapon to build a palace. How did Yu Yu and the others know such an expert? Moreover, Yu Yu and the others seemed to be fine and were treated with courtesy. Lin Ling had too many mysteries in his heart. At that moment, he had to catch up with Yu Yu and the others to find out the truth. He had never thought that he would be lucky enough to meet Yu Yu and the others. Stop. You're Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors world. You're a dignified disciple and you dare do whatever you want in Xianhuang Daiyu. Come with me to Champion University and explain yourself. At that moment, an old man appeared in the distance. His hands were clasped behind his back. He had white hair and a youthful face, but his voice was extremely dignified. It's Mr. G. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man. That old man was an elder of Champion University. Lin Ling had killed the Heavenly King of the Great Demon, and that old man wanted to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a disciple of the Seven Emperors world, no wonder Mr. G is here. But he'll be fine. He'll just go with Mr. G to Champion University, said the disciples. They knew that Champion University wouldn't dare touch Lin Ling otherwise. They wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the Seven Emperors world. Piss off. Chapter 1567. Chase. What? What? Mr. G's expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought Lin Ling would attack him. Then, under the fist, he dodged in a panic. However, he was still hit by the power of the void and was sent flying. He was in an extremely sorry state. Lin Ling didn't even look at Mr. G. He just stared at the sky and chased after Mr. G. How strong. Mr. G is a deacon of Champion University. He's also a supervisor in charge of protecting Xianhuang Daiyu, but he can't block Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling gasped. Before, Lin Ling had used the Fire Spirit Princess's strength to kill the Heavenly King of the Great Demons. Now, he was using his own strength, but it was still astonishing. You! What? Shouted Mr. G furiously. He had tried to persuade Lin Ling to stay, but Lin Ling had told him to piss off. He didn't know that if it had been any other time, Lin Ling would have explained things to him. But now, even if a champion came, Lin Ling wouldn't give him face. His wife and family had just passed by him. How could he miss them? Lin Ling, if it weren't for the 7 emperors, would have attacked you already. Remember, this is Xianhuang Daiyu, not Xianping province. Shouted Mr. Ji furiously. Even though this disciple was strong, he was too arrogant. Cauldron unsheathing. Boom. Boom boom boom. What answered him was a punch that caused the void to explode. That punch was unstoppable, and it had almost reached the great success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. Lin Ling was going crazy at that moment. His fighting strength had reached the peak. Mr. Ji looked ferocious. He had just wanted to talk to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had attacked him again. Did he think he was an ant? Since it's that way, don't blame me for being merciless. What? Elder Ji was the inspections commissioner, so how could he allow himself to be humiliated by a junior? Just as he was about to attack, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Senior, I apologize for offending you earlier, but the situation is urgent, so I hope you can forgive me. If we ever meet again, I'll definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Do you think it's enough for you to come and apologize? Elder Ji shouted angrily. I told you, it's an emergency. When it's over, you can do whatever you want. But now, if you dare stop me, not only will I kill you, but I will also destroy Champion University. Lin Ling's voice rang out again, but this time, it was filled with killing intent. To him, anyone who dared to stop him from finding his family would be killed without mercy. Boom! The moment Lin Ling spoke, Old Ji's body trembled and he stopped in his tracks. For some reason, he didn't dare to stop Lin Ling. It was as if he would be consigned to eternal damnation if he tried to stop Lin Ling. He didn't know why he was afraid, but his intuition told him that he couldn't afford to offend that young man. You're insane. You dare threaten the inspectors? You even dare threaten Champion University? Those who heard those words were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a domineering person before. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them. He twisted the empty space and chased after them. Even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, he would find Yu and the others. Behind Lin Ling, the fire spirit princess turned into a shooting star and followed him. That bastard has always been calm. What's going on this time? His chi is terrifying. Even I don't dare get close to him. The fire spirit princess was astonished too. She looked at Lin Ling as if she were looking at a cultivator who was even more terrifying than her father. Boom boom boom. The palace in the sky was extremely fast. Gradually, they arrived at the ocean of disorder and flew across the sky. Bastard, that's the ocean of disorder, you can't go there. What are you chasing? Go! Shouted the fire spirit princess hastily. That's my wife, my family. No matter what, it's rare for me to meet them. I can't let them pass by. Go! Lin Ling's cold voice came from the front. It was as if he was grasping the light in the darkness and holding it tightly in his hands. Brother Ling. Go! He thought of the girl in the ancient Yen sect, the girl who had been with him when he was down and out. Under the sun, he held her hand and made a promise to her. Besides Yu, there was also an that cold fairy, the young girl who had extended a helping hand to him when he was at his most difficult time. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult for him to see Yu again. Therefore, no one could stop him at this moment, not even the 7 emperors. Wife. The fire spirit princess' heart trembled. For his wife, Lin Ling stepped into the ocean of disorder. One had to know that the ocean of disorder was a forbidden area in the mortal world. Even in the outer area, early-stage Saint Realm experts had to form a team to enter. Moreover, most of them would die. However, Lin Ling had entered alone. Father said that I can't enter the ocean of disorder. The fire spirit princess stopped and subconsciously did not dare to approach the terrifying ocean. With fire in my left hand and a sword in my right hand, heaven and earth are mine. Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. His eyes were cold, filled with madness and determination. Under the terrifying astral winds of the ocean of disorder, his long hair fluttered, giving people the feeling that the Son of Heaven was angry. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the ocean of disorder. With fire in my left hand and a sword in my right hand, heaven and earth are mine. The fire spirit princess muttered to herself. She knew the determination in Lin Ling's heart. He had to enter the ocean of disorder. I'll wait for you, scoundrel. Don't die in the ocean of disorder. The fire spirit princess sat cross-legged. Her small face was stubborn. She wanted to wait for the scoundrel to come back alive. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying man. For his wife, nothing could stop him. Rumble. The ocean of disorder was a forbidden area in the mortal world. There were palaces flying across the sky, cutting through the chaotic demonic clouds and moving further and further away. However, above the ocean, the black-robed youth followed closely. He stared at the sky, deeply afraid that he would miss something. Roar! Roar! The ocean surged and the black seawater churned. A sea demon that stretched as far as the eye could see surged out. It was a whale, and its surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. It was extremely ferocious. On the other side was a giant blue toad. It looked like it wanted to swallow the sun and moon. The two terrifying sea demons fought on the ocean. The sea demons in the ocean of disorder were extremely terrifying. It was said that the origins of these sea demons could be traced back to the beginning of the world. In the mortal world, the only warriors who dared to wander here were those top giants. Roar! The sea demons collided. Seawater surged into the sky. A large number of sea demons were implicated and died. In the end, the giant blue toad was swallowed by the whale. Roar! 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 As if it had won the battle, the whale roared towards the sky. At this moment, a figure flew across the ocean like a shooting star. Human, it's been a long time since I've seen a human. The whale actually spoke in human language. As for the sea demons in the distance, they seemed to have intelligence as they let out all sorts of angry roars. Swallow. The whale opened its mouth and swallowed the world. A massive suction force was born. All the seawater was swallowed up. A large number of sea demons also disappeared into the whale's mouth. What a huge sea demon! At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He could choose to avoid it, but if he took a detour, he would not be able to catch up to the palace in the sky. Whoosh! In the next moment, he shot forward. You're courting death. Chapter 1568. Entering the chaotic demon Siror. The whale closed its mouth and swallowed Lin Ling. To it, it was like swallowing a mosquito. One-line sky. However, a moment later, an angry roar sounded. A flaming sword appeared and cut through everything. Ao ao ao. The whale let out a painful roar. Sword marks appeared on its huge body and then it split open. A figure shot out and charged forward again. The whale that was split into two was shocked. That human sword was so sharp that it actually split its body from its stomach. Courting Death Jr. The whale's ferocious aura became even more violent. However, it was soon swallowed by a large number of sea demons. This was the world of the sea demons. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. I almost disappeared. Luckily, I caught up. Lin Ling was still running. His eyes were filled with madness. Roar, roar, roar. However, the sea demon mountain appeared in front of them. It was a ghastly sight. There were tall sea demons everywhere, blocking their path. Upon closer inspection, there were 8 clawed crabs, octopuses that were like suns, ice-fire lionfish, and so on. There were too many. At this moment, the world was filled with ferocious aura. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He could not avoid it. If he slowed down a bit, he would miss the palace in the sky. Kill. Monstrous killing intent soared into the sky. Flames erupted like the descent of the sun. The flaming sword slashed out, cutting through everything, freezing heaven and earth. Even time froze at this moment. This world was crazy, violent, ferocious, and terrifying. This was a true war between heaven and earth. And at the moment when time froze, in a faraway place, an eye quietly opened and stared at the distant ocean thoughtfully. Its eyes seemed to pierce through the clouds, through the red lightning that filled the sky, and landed on the crazy battle of the sea demons in the distance. Master's aura. It's actually Master's aura. Master has been dead for 10,000 years. Why can I sense Master's aura on that junior? That pair of eyes muttered to itself. Its thoughts returned to 10 million years ago when it first met the Realm Lord. Kill. Lin Ling was crazy and violent at this moment. He wanted to kill everyone in the world. A sword and a flame wreaked havoc in the rain of blood. The sea water had turned blood red, and a large number of sea demon corpses floated on the sea. After a long time, Lin Ling's body rushed out of the sea demon mountain and flew forward again. At this moment, his face was pale and somewhat dispirited. However, his eyes were filled with a burning light. Obviously, he had exhausted all his strength after fighting countless sea demons. What a familiar voice. At this moment, above the palace in the sky, Yu was holding the little boy's hand. She was looking into the distance with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I heard it too, as if something brushed past me. Beside him, and Yu also said with a slight frown. Are you still thinking of him? At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. The golden-robed man had appeared beside them at some unknown time. He smiled, and his smile was like a spring breeze. The golden-robed man sighed. I admit that he was the most perfect man in the world. After hearing your story, even I admire him. Unfortunately, he died in the end. Last time, his life token shattered. That proved everything. Did you help us find him in the end? Yu raised her eyes and looked at the man. I did, but unfortunately, the world is in chaos. Not only can I not find him, but your hometown, the rainforest's sacred land, is also covered in corpses and no longer exists. Sigh, if only I knew this earlier, I could have helped you sooner. The golden-robed man said again, his face full of regret. Hearing this, Yu and Inuer's faces dimmed. When they left the rainforest's sacred land, they had been slaughtered by Empyrean Exalt Su Xing. Therefore, although they didn't completely believe the golden-robed man's words, it was indeed possible. He can't be dead. Yu's eyes moistened. Yu, this world is heartless. He is very strong, but in the end, he can't stop the heartless wheel of the world. You still have to look forward. Even if not for yourself, you have to think of Yu, the golden-robed man advised. He stared at Yu and Inuer, his eyes burning with passion. They were very perfect women. They were the first women that he, Wanyan Xiandi, had been attracted to. He, Wanyan Xiandi, had seen too many women in his life. Unfortunately, those were all ordinary flowers. The two women in front of him were the real beauties. Therefore, even if they had children, even if they had other people in their hearts, Wanyan Xiandi didn't mind. He wanted to give these two women a real home and protect them. Although these two women hadn't accepted him yet, he believed that one day, he would obtain their hearts. As for the Lin Ling that they spoke of, he was not worthy of them. In addition, these two women were saved by that lord. That lord also liked them very much. This showed how noble these two women were. Don't worry, in the Yungu Immortal Foundation, even if the world is in chaos, you too will be safe. That lord will also protect you. To her, you too are her daughters. Also, only a safe environment can give Xiaoyi the environment to grow. Xiaoyi is now the #1 genius in the Yungu Immortal Foundation. In the future, your name will definitely shake the entire world. Wanyan Xiandi added. Upon hearing this, Yu and Anuer both gently looked at Xiaoyi. It was as though they were trying to find the outline of that man in the past on this little boy's face. Lin Yi was now the pillar of support for their survival. Xiaoyi, in the future, you have to be like your father, an indomitable man. She smiled faintly and said. Mother, I won't let you down. Yes. The little boy raised his head. He was extremely sensible. In his eyes, what did that mighty father of his look like? When you grow up, you have to find your father's footsteps and find his shadow. Anuer added. Emicham. Yes. The little boy nodded solemnly. Since he was young, he had heard of his father's deeds and knew all about his pride. Therefore, he was proud of it. Wanyan Xiandi's eyes quietly flickered. Even now, they still couldn't forget Linling. It seemed that they still needed some time. Xiaoyi, when you grow up, you can go to the rainforest sacred ground. Right now, that place no longer exists. There is only killing and deception there. It is the ugliest place in the human world. If you go there now, you will be influenced by lowly ants. Wanyan Xiandi laughed. In fact, he didn't go to the rainforest sacred ground at all, nor did he go to find Linling. Everything was just a lie. Of course, this was also the Lord's intention. At this moment, Wanyan Xiandi's eyes flickered. What's wrong? Anuer sensed that something was wrong and asked curiously. Nothing, just that there are some problems in the Skyline Palace. I will go and take a look now. Wanyan Xiandi said and left immediately after he finished speaking. Yu, what do you think of Wanyan Xiandi? Chapter 1569. Flame in his left hand, sword in his right, I don't know why, but he gives me the feeling that he's a hypocrite. I agree. I have the same feeling. Wanyan Xiandi can't be trusted completely. But now, we need to borrow the power of that lord and Wanyan Xiandi to let Xiaoyi grow up safely. So, let's not clash with them for now. When Xiaoyi becomes stronger, we'll leave and look for Linling. I believe that he's not dead. The two girls talked in a low voice and didn't notice that Wanyan Xiandi was secretly listening to them. His eyes were cold. Linling, it's Linling again. For Linling, Yu and Anuer actually gave up on being the top legend of the mortal world. Linling, what right does he have? Then, his gaze passed through the palace and landed on the bloody sea. Vaguely, he saw a young man chasing after them on the waves. Someone is trying to do something to Miss and the others. You know what to do. If Miss and the others are affected, the Lord won't be happy. He spoke to the void of space. As soon as he said this, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Snow floated out and then disappeared. At this moment, above the Black Sea, Linling was moving quickly. At this time, snow fell from the sky and covered the sea. But when it fell on the sea, it froze the sea. All the sea demons instantly turned into ice palaces. That kind of power was terrifying. You shouldn't go near the palace. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. The snow and the sky formed a staircase and an old woman in white walked down. Someone from the palace? Linling's eyes narrowed. My wife is in the palace. I want to find them. So, why can't I go near them? The old woman in white frowned. Wife? Did Miss know this young man? No matter what, you're not allowed to go near the palace. Maybe you know someone, but you have to know that those people are not people you can profane. You're just a mortal world cultivator. At most, you're just a disciple. But you're still not as noble as Miss. The old woman in white shouted. She knew how much that lord liked Yu and the others. It was as if they were old friends at first sight and he treated them as his own daughters. I don't know how noble you are. I only know that my wife is there. Lin Ling continued forward, fearless. You can't see yourself clearly. I can tell you that with your strength, not to mention the Lord, even I can kill you with a flip of my hand. Now, I'll give you a chance. Leave immediately, or die. The old woman in white became even colder. Lin Ling understood a little bit. Yu and the others seemed to have a big shot of the mortal realm behind them. This caused Lin Ling to be unable to approach them. Sorry, I don't want to die. No one can take my life. Lin Ling's steps did not stop. How could he retreat? Acting recklessly, Snow Country. The old woman in white sneered and waved her right hand. White snow drifted in the sky and landed on Lin Ling's body. A terrifying origin force erupted and froze him into an ice sculpture. Seeing that you're not afraid of death and rushed into the chaotic demon sea, I'll spare your life. However, Zhu Yi, the young ladies are the Lord's family. You'll never be able to get close to them. Leave them from now on. The old woman in white did not kill Lin Ling. She left behind a sentence and turned to leave. She knew that Lin Ling would see through her. Rumble. However, at this moment, the ice sculpture in the Snow Country shook violently and cracks appeared. Then, it exploded. A mere third layer of the Saint Realm actually managed to block my great origin force. The old woman in white stopped and her pupils constricted. My family is there. How can I retreat? A cold voice floated over. There was no pledge of eternal love, nor was there any vigor. It was just a simple sentence, but it was filled with unparalleled determination. Pa. However, when the young man took another step, snow fog appeared and froze him again. I have a flame in my left hand and a sword in my right. I'm here to take my family away. Boom. The ice sculpture shattered again and the black-robed young man slowly walked out. He actually used his soul force to break my origin force. What a terrifying soul force. The old woman in white's eyes were filled with shock. What exactly is this tiny ant hiding in his body? How can he be so powerful? Ka. However, the black-robed young man took another step forward. The snow fog was like the most terrifying energy, freezing him into an ice sculpture again. However, it didn't last long and the ice sculpture shattered again. The old woman in white's face turned serious. She didn't expect this young man to be so fearless of death. For his wife and family, he wasn't even afraid of death. At this moment, Lin Ling was risking his life. His strength was not enough to block the old woman in white. He was relying on his soul force and willpower. You can't walk anymore. If you continue, you'll die. The old woman in white said indifferently. If I retreat, they will disappear from my life. Then, I'd rather die. Pa. The sound of footsteps echoed out once more. From afar, the black-robed young man walked forward alone. It seemed like a simple step, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. That willpower, that courage, and that determination moved the old woman in white. She sighed softly, alas, what's the point of chasing after the palace? You can't take them away. You might as well give yourself some time to make a comeback. After speaking, she turned and left. She no longer looked down on the young man. Instead, she felt that this tiny young man was extremely majestic, lofty, and proud at this moment. Unfortunately, even though she admired him, she didn't dare to let him go in private. If she angered the Lord, she would die. In the sky, the snow stopped falling. The vast sea was still frozen. Only the ice palace sat in the snow. Its head touched the sky and its feet touched the ground. It was unknown whether it was alive or dead. After a long time, the snow began to melt. The sea waves surged and the sea monsters wreaked havoc. A giant turtle appeared. Its shell was covered with hard bone spikes. It looked at the ice sculpture floating on the sea and opened its mouth wide, swallowing it. Get lost. However, at this moment, a furious roar sounded. The ice sculpture exploded and a fist punched out. Bang! The void exploded. The incomparable fist caused the giant turtle's flesh and blood to explode. A monster core appeared and was grasped by a hand before being swallowed. The young man was Lin Ling. Facing the old woman's powerful methods, he was helpless. If it weren't for his fiend god Overlord body being powerful and him being a fire attribute martial artist, he would have been frozen for millions of years or even died. However, he didn't hate the old woman. He knew that the old woman was actually helping him. She was telling him that his current strength was still insignificant and that he had to become stronger in order to bring his wife back. Die. Lin Ling urgently needed strength. He began to wreak havoc in the chaotic demon sea. Rumble. Everywhere his fist passed, the void exploded. A large number of sea monsters were killed, and the essence of the sea monsters was swallowed by Lin Ling. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a large amount of seaweed floated over, forming a red sea monster that blotted out the sky. The sea monster was like red mud. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was formed from a large amount of bloodthirsty seaweed. Chapter 1570. Human World Prison, Fire Dragon King's Realm. One-line sky. A fishy smell assaulted his face, causing Lin Ling to narrow his eyes. The light in his eyes became even crazier. He erupted with a fire attribute martial art that burned the world. At this moment, he only had a strong fighting spirit. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. Just as he said, he had a flame in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. It was all for the sake of overturning the world and finding his wife among the masses. His wife was taken away in front of him, and the powerful palace in the sky told him that he wasn't qualified to have Yu and the others. How could Lin Ling be willing to accept this? Since he came to this world, he had always drunk the strongest wine, protected his loved ones, and killed his most hated enemies. There had never been anything about not being qualified enough. If it wasn't enough now, then he would work hard until it was enough. Rumble. In the chaotic demon sea, wind and clouds surged as an emperor descended. This battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Lin Ling didn't know how many sea demons he had killed or how many injuries he had suffered. He only fought, constantly fought. He constantly devoured sea demons. His fiend god Overlord body had reached 11 universes of power, which was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the further one's physical strength was, the slower it increased. An increase of 500 gene of strength brought about great effects, but one universe of power was unimaginable. With his fist, Lin Ling could now kill any early-stage Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao, even if he didn't use the Tyrant Song sword, he had stepped into the small success stage of the heavenly pattern martial Dao and comprehended the origin energy. This origin energy was also called the ethereal fire realm. It could burn without fire. Even if they were 1,000 miles apart, Lin Ling could burn his opponent without fire. It was extremely powerful. The reason why he could comprehend the origin energy so quickly was because Lin Ling's martial Dao comprehension was returning to the origin realm. Moreover, the fourth layer of the Purple Palace realm was of great help to him. The fire martial Dao had several realms. Creation, transformation, ethereal fire, these were all part of the laws of heaven and earth. As for soul power, Lin Ling had reached 130 levels. Fight. In the crazy sea demon world, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased by fighting every day. In fact, he was venting his anger, hating himself for not being strong enough. Scram. Within the black seawater, Lin Ling punched out. A mountain-sized sea monster in front of him exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was deader than dead. In the hearts of many sea demons, Lin Ling was actually a demon. The dark clouds in the sky were always so gloomy, as though they were pressing down on one's heart. Accompanying them was a thick stench of blood. A storm was raging in the distance, falling into the sea, causing a whirlpool to form in the sea. A terrifying sea snake that was 1,000 miles long was swept up by the storm and torn apart alive. After a long while, the sky began to rain blood, and the broken bones also fell into the distant sea. This was a world of killing and blood. Above the Black Sea, Lin Ling stood quietly. The smell of blood on his body was extremely thick, and he still held the tyrannical Song sword tightly in his hand. He could sense that cracks had appeared on the tyrannical Song sword. The battle during this period of time had indeed been very intense. How do I get out of here? Lin Ling said coldly and continued to move forward. On this day, Lin Ling finally arrived at a mysterious world. The waves in front of him were monstrous, as though there had never been peace. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and red lightning actually fell like rain. It was a shocking sight. In the rain like lightning, dense air filled the air, and a huge island could be vaguely seen sitting there. Roars and roars of anger could be heard from time to time, causing people to tremble. No one knew what kind of demon was hiding there. Your Majesty, could that be the legendary mortal world prison? At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. He had followed the previous emperor in the past and had also heard of this forbidden land in the mortal world. Mortal world prison? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This world was indeed vast and boundless. Before, there was a mysterious expert who took away Yu and the others. Now, there was a mortal world prison. What other secrets were hidden in this world? I heard from the previous emperor that the mortal world prison imprisoned all kinds of demons, ghosts, and gods. Even the great emperor Zhai Xing couldn't easily get close to it in the past. Purple Elder's voice turned solemn. The great emperor Zhai Xing was an emperor-level expert in Xianping province, but even he couldn't get close to it. This showed how mysterious the mortal world prison was. Obviously, the mortal world prison was not under the control of the three great myths. Human, whoever gets close to the mortal world prison will die. At this time, a red light appeared and formed a large number of tall figures in front of Lin Ling. At a closer look, they looked like both humans and demons. Their auras were extremely terrifying. These figures looked strange. They had human faces, but their skin was red, and there were antennae on their heads. The most terrifying thing was that these people's strength was between the 7th and 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. And they were murderous and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These figures seemed to be guards, but their strength was so terrifying. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of the mortal world prison was. Kill without mercy. Those tall figures let out a low roar that was almost emotionless. It was as if they had been guarding this place for countless years, slaughtering anyone who got close. Lin Ling's face turned cold. With the appearance of the tyrannical Song sword, he seemed to have no other choice. Let me do it. However, at this time, a majestic voice sounded. In the low-hanging dark clouds in the sky, black scales were faintly discernible, as if a dragon was roaring in the clouds. Boom! At that moment, the sea exploded and waves soared into the sky. Terrifying. An extremely terrifying pressure attacked. The owner of the mortal world prison? Lin Ling's face turned even more solemn. He sensed that the mysterious existence was extremely powerful. Fire Dragon King's realm. Without holding back, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and pointed his index finger forward. A wisp of white flame was born. It looked very small, but it contained a terrifying pressure. When he used that wisp of flame, Lin Ling's forehead dripped with sweat. Obviously, it was not easy for him to control that wisp of flame. God-level talent. In the sky, a surprised voice sounded. You still want to kill me? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. The other party was a mysterious existence. He had broken into this place and violated the taboo, so the other party wanted to kill him. However, how could he, Lin Ling, be trampled on? This flame is the flames of the underworld, but you haven't mastered it yet. Right now, you can only use 10% of its power. In the sky, the voice became colder and colder. In the dark clouds, the Black Dragon King appeared and roared. Dragon. This was a real dragon. Compared to the Black Dragon of the immortal Spring Wyrm King, it was much stronger because this was a real ancient dragon. Dragon's aura. Lin Ling said indifferently. In a sense, it was also his first time seeing a real dragon. You have good eyesight. Under my dragon's aura, you can still remain calm. Your courage are also not bad. The Black Dragon King's mouth moved slightly and made a sound. Black Thunder Burial Realm. Boom. In the sky, black lightning smashed down like rain, forming a contrast with the red lightning in the distance. The ferocious aura was monstrous. This ferocious aura had formed a great source of power and was extremely powerful. Fire Dragon King's Realm. Chapter 1571. Dark Dragon Emperor Roar. The white flame grew bigger and turned into a Fire Dragon King. Moreover, it was a Fire Dragon King formed by a strand of yellow spring flame. Right now, his physical body had reached 11 universe power, and the amount of yellow spring flame he could use was much more than before. This meant that his fire martial Dao had improved greatly. Pop pop pop. The ominous thunderbolts fought against the Fire Dragon King. Those ominous thunderbolts were extremely powerful, and they were actually devouring the Fire Dragon King continuously. Still a little weak. Lin Ling said inwardly. His cultivation realm was still too weak after all. Even though he possessed a divine level flame, he couldn't use it to suppress the terrifying Dark Dragon King. And the ominous thunderbolts controlled by the Dark Dragon King were one of the millions of demonic auras. It was also Lin Ling's first time encountering such power. Our Lord actually personally made a move. Those tall figures in the surroundings spoke in a low voice. From their understanding of their Lord had already been here for 10,000 years. He had always been in seclusion and rarely showed himself. But this time, he actually personally made a move for an insignificant human. This was extremely strange. This flame can't stop me. In the sky, the ominous thunderbolts wrapped around the Fire Dragon King, and the remaining thunderbolts swept towards Lin Ling. Pull up the sky and raise the cauldron. Facing those ominous thunderbolts, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He slashed out with his sword, and 11 universe power erupted, shattering the void. That ancient sword slashed onto the ominous thunderbolts. What was surprising was that the ominous thunderbolts were like a spider web, and it actually couldn't be cut apart. Instead, many of the ominous thunderbolts followed the ancient sword and attacked Lin Ling. So powerful. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He floated back and avoided those ominous thunderbolts. Currently, he wasn't an opponent at all. However, he had an intuition that the powerful existence didn't seem to want to kill him. Otherwise, his method wouldn't be like this. Insignificant human, coming here means certain death. Right now, do you think you can still survive? After the ominous thunderbolts devoured the Fire Dragon King, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, surrounding Lin Ling. Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. You're dead. The tall figures around him said coldly. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. Since he couldn't win, he couldn't be bothered to continue fighting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he also wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. His eye of time also silently appeared. Suddenly, he began to laugh. What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of death? In the sky, the Black Dragon King said hoarsely. The reason he didn't immediately kill Lin Ling was because he saw Lin Ling use time freeze to freeze the sea. He was very curious about this ability, and it gave him a familiar feeling. I'm scared. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, calm and collected. The Black Dragon King was puzzled. Then why did you put away your sword? Could it be that you feel that you have no power to fight back against me, the Dark Dragon Emperor, so you gave up your life? Dark Dragon King? Lin Ling laughed again and took out a wine pot to drink. Just a little carp who crossed the dragon gate by luck. You really think of yourself as an ancient dragon king? As soon as these words fell, the tall figures around him roared. This human was so arrogant, he actually called the Lord a little carp. Kill him. Many tall figures roared. The human world prison had existed for tens of thousands of years. In the long years, countless people had come here, and countless people had died here. Not to mention the Lord, even they had witnessed the rise and fall of the human world's emperors. However, whether it was the old or the new emperors, they all had to respectfully salute here. Therefore, what right did that junior have to be arrogant? Little carp. In the sky, the ancient dark dragon emperor was stunned for a moment. Then, his ferocious aura became denser, shocking the world. Yes, I'm a little carp in the chaotic demon sea. Lin Ling laughed again. As soon as these words fell, the dark dragon emperor's ferocious aura seemed to freeze. His dragon face stared at Lin Ling with a hint of surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? If the Realm Lord didn't enlighten you, how could you become the Dark Dragon Emperor? If I remember correctly, tens of thousands of years ago, you were just a little carp who only knew how to wag your tail and spit out bubbles when you met the Realm Lord. Otherwise, do you think you are the Dark Dragon Emperor? At best, you are just a little carp. Lin Ling raised his head and said fearlessly. Previously, he used the Eye of Time, but something happened that surprised him. He seemed to be very familiar with the Dark Dragon Emperor, as if he had known him for a long time. In his Eye of Time, he knew everything about the Dark Dragon Emperor. You. The Dark Dragon Emperor's expression changed greatly. From the ancient and huge Dark Dragon King, he turned into a black-robed man. This man's face was extremely cold. There was a dragon horn on his forehead and a pair of strange green eyes. What about me? I also know that after you transformed into a true dragon in the past, you were still a trash existence. The Realm Lord whipped you with a vine every day to make you a talent. That vine whip seemed to be called Dog Beating Whip. The name was given by the Realm Lord. I remember once, you were beaten until your snot and tears flowed all over the ground. You cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Another time, you stole the Realm Lord's void mystic immortal vine and were hung on a tree for a month. There was a dog and a grass beside you to accompany you. Lin Ling talked endlessly about the past 10,000 years. He didn't know why he knew these things, but his Eye of Time told him everything. And now, facing this 10,000-year-old monster, he was no match for him at all. He could only rely on scaring the other party. Boom! Lin Ling's words were like thunder. First, it shocked the surrounding demons. Their expressions changed drastically. Bold, very bold. He actually dared to ridicule the Lord like this. What's the use if he doesn't die? One must know that in the human realm, even the ancient emperors had to respectfully bow when they saw the Lord. But this little guy was acting like an old man and scolded the Lord like a master. Who gave him the courage? Go to hell. A red light appeared. An ancient existence attacked Lin Ling. He couldn't stand it anymore. Get lost. However, just as the ancient existence attacked, the black-robed man shouted angrily. His pressure attacked, causing the ancient existence to vomit blood and fly backward. This time, all the ancient existences widened their eyes. Little Black, you're not bad. You're better than that dog demon called Little White. He won't admit his mistake even if he's wrong. Lin Ling said again. The Eye of Time made him more familiar with the Dark Dragon Emperor. And he could see that the Dark Dragon Emperor seemed to be more and more afraid of him. Little Black. Little Black. The Dark Dragon Emperor trembled all over. The surrounding demons were also the same. The dignified 10,000-year-old Dragon Emperor was now called Little Black. how was he small? He was obviously an ancient giant dragon. You, are you master? Little Black. The Dark Dragon Emperor wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Tears flowed out of his eyes as he knelt down in the air. In the entire world, only one person was qualified to call him Little Black. It was his master, the Realm Lord. 10,000 years ago, he was just a small carp in the chaotic demon sea. On that day, he happened to meet a calm man who walked through the chaotic demon sea. He spat out bubbles and wagged his tail to curry favor with the man, making the man in a good mood. In the end, he was enlightened, causing him to become the Dark Dragon Emperor. And that man was his master, the Realm Lord he was most grateful to and missed the most in his life. Chapter 1572. The giants of the human realm caused a sensation. What's wrong with my lord? The surrounding demons were all stunned. Their lord was actually crying and kneeling. This was the first time they had seen it in 10,000 years. Lin Ling's pupils flickered. He also knew what had happened. One must know that the Eye of Time was left behind by the Realm Master after his death. That was why he knew everything about the Dark Dragon Emperor, but this Dark Dragon Emperor mistook him for his master. Master, Little Black misses you. The Dark Dragon Emperor was not as cruel and heartless as the legend said. At this moment, he was crawling towards Lin Ling with snot and tears, which surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect the other party to have such a big reaction. Then, Lin Ling saw the Dark Dragon Emperor hugging his leg and rubbing his face on his leg. His snot and tears were all on Lin Ling's trousers. This made Lin Ling angry. Get lost. Scram. He kicked out. All the demons were instantly furious. He dared to kick their lord? It's master, it must be master. 10,000 years ago, master also kicked me like this. The Dark Dragon Emperor was still not angry. Instead, he was even more excited. After waiting for 10,000 years, he finally waited for his master's reincarnation. Little White, Little Black, do you know, master is back? He kept roaring in his heart, excited. Lin Ling sighed and didn't want to hide it anymore. To be honest, I'm not your master, but I got your master's eyes, so I know everything about you. No, you are my master. I have a feeling that you are my master. Scram. The Dark Dragon Emperor crawled over again and hugged Lin Ling's leg. His snot and tears flowed out. Scram, if you wipe your snot on my trousers again, I'll beat you with the dog whip. Lin Ling shouted angrily. This guy was getting more and more excessive. Was he still a 10,000-year-old monster? Look, just because you know the dog whip, you are my master. Master, don't give up Little Black. Little Black misses your whip. The Dark Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. His respect for Lin Ling came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He was not the Realm Master, he only had the Eye of Time. However, he was too lazy to explain. Little Black, how do we leave this place? Master, aren't you going to see Little White and Little Black? Why don't I inform them to come over so that we can conquer the world again and unify the myriad worlds? The Dark Dragon Emperor raised his cold face and said excitedly. I'm not free, tell me how to leave this place. Lin Ling shook his head. He wasn't the master. If he stayed and was exposed, he might even lose the Eye of Time. So, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he underestimated the Dark Dragon Emperor's trust in him. However, the Dark Dragon Emperor still obeyed Lin Ling's words. He pointed to the east and said, that way is Xianhuang Dayu. North is Xianyuan Great Domain. Little ones, open the way for master. Kill all the sea demons on the way. Yes, my lord. Those terrifying demonic creatures left one after another. Then, the Dark Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Ling pitifully. Not only was there worship in his eyes, there was also longing. Master, why don't you stay for a few more days? I can inform Little White and the others. Lin Ling's body trembled. Longing? What kind of look was that? He was even more determined to leave. If he was with this 10,000-year-old monster, he could be killed at any time if an accident happened. Do you have any treasures on you? Lin Ling was about to leave, but when he saw the reluctant Little Black, he asked. Master, there are many treasures in the prison of the mortal world. Those demons and ghosts also have some. Why don't we plunder them? I only have one treasure on me, and it's the ethereal divine vine that Master gave me in the past. It's the first treasure Master gave me, and I've been reluctant to use it. The Dark Dragon Emperor took out a green divine vine from his arms and stroked it with great reluctance. This treasure was not very valuable to him, but it symbolized beautiful memories. When he was still a little carp, his master gave it to him. Oh. Give it to me. Lin Ling stared at it and snatched it from him mercilessly. This is my memory. The Dark Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted, and tears flickered in his eyes. He looked pitiful. His memories were taken away, and they were memories that he had kept for 10,000 years. However, when he saw that it was Lin Ling, he smiled again. Although his memories were taken away, his master had returned. Everything was worth it. Little Black, you're too poor with these treasures. As for the prison, I won't go. I'm in a hurry. I'll come to see you next time. Lin Ling comforted the 10,000-year-old monster. After putting away the treasures, he turned and left. Although there were more treasures in the prison of the mortal world, how could he face those demons and ghosts? So, if he didn't escape now, when would he? Master, are you leaving? When will you come to see me again? Or, I'll go with you. The Dark Dragon Emperor was even more reluctant as he chased after Lin Ling. You stay here. Don't follow me. Lin Ling immediately shouted angrily. What a joke. With this 10,000-year-old monster following him, how could he sleep peacefully? He would not joke with his life. Master. The Dark Dragon Emperor's voice carried a sobbing tone, causing Lin Ling's scalp to go numb. He really wanted to say, I'm really not your master. I only have the eyes left behind by your master. Scram, if you continue to talk, I'll beat you with the dog whip. Following that, Lin Ling had no choice but to lower his imposing manner. If his aura weakened, who knew what would happen? As soon as the dog whip finished speaking, the Dark Dragon Emperor's body trembled. He no longer dared to follow Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly strode away. Master, it's good that you've reincarnated. You were betrayed in the past and those ugly enemies are still alive. You will definitely regain your glory and shake the world. The Dark Dragon Emperor stared at Lin Ling's departure. He knelt down and kowtowed, becoming even more excited. After Lin Ling disappeared, he roared towards the sky. An invisible sound wave bloomed, passing through heaven and earth and landing on the other side of the world. The Dark Dragon Emperor was very clear that the Eye of Time was not something that anyone could obtain. The one who could obtain it was definitely the reincarnation of his master. Little White, Little Black, Master is back. At this moment, in the distant sky, a huge white dog demon was devouring a large number of demons in the demon realm. It was invincible. However, after hearing the voice, the white dog demon trembled and began to sob with tears in its eyes. A large number of demon race great emperors in the surroundings were frightened. What happened to this ancient Tengu great demon? Let's take this opportunity to escape, or we'll be devoured by it. The demon race great emperors fled one after another. They did not dare to provoke the Tengu great demon. The same thing happened on the other side. A cold woman stood in the sky with tears in her eyes. This woman was extremely beautiful. She wore a green robe and with every movement, hundreds of flowers bloomed. In the highest palace in the human realm, many ancient venerable emperors stared at the sky in surprise. It was the first time they saw such a mysterious existence and they were emotional. Master, what are you doing? A white-robed woman also stared at the sky in astonishment. She was graceful and elegant, like a female empress. She was the strongest existence in the Yungu Immortal Foundation. If Yu and Inuer were here, they would definitely recognize this woman. This woman was none other than the Lord who was protecting them. Chapter 1573. Little Flame's transformation. 10,000 years ago, I was just a blade of grass in the devil domain. After receiving Master's enlightenment, I transformed into a giant of the human realm. Master, you're finally back. The woman didn't care about everyone's surprise. She disappeared and rushed towards the chaotic demon sea. No one knew that Lin Ling alone caused a sensation among the giants of the human realm. At this moment, Lin Ling quickly left the chaotic demon sea. He didn't want to have anything to do with those 10,000-year-old monsters. Mysterious void immortal vine, Elder Z, what treasure is this? On the way, Lin Ling was a little excited. He didn't expect the Dark Dragon Emperor to be so straightforward. He gave away the treasure just like that. In fact, he had the Eye of Time, and the Dark Dragon Emperor also knew about it. That was why he wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid that the Dark Dragon Emperor would seize the Eye of Time. Although the Dark Dragon Emperor treated him as his master, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of people in his life, so he was naturally cautious. This is a treasure of heaven and earth. It can't increase cultivation, but the mysterious void gourd formed by the vine can quickly restore cultivation realm. It's even absolutely helpful to Wu Sheng. Elder Z said excitedly. This kind of treasure, even the star-picking nation didn't have it in the past. Your Majesty, now that your fiend god Overlord body has reached the 5th layer, you can enter the 5th layer of the Violet Palace, the world of the living soil. The mysterious void immortal vine will grow quickly and form the mysterious void gourd without limit. Elder Z said again. The living soil was rumored to be one of the first strands of soil in the world. It could grow by itself and would never be depleted. The plants planted in the soil could grow even faster. Lin Ling was surprised. The 5th layer of the Violet Palace actually had such power. He quickly followed Elder Z into the Violet Palace. The 5th layer was a fertile land. One couldn't see the end of it. The soil on the ground was jet black. There weren't any plants in the surroundings, but a dense earthy aura assaulted one's face, giving one an extremely refreshing feeling. The mysterious void immortal vine was planted in the soil. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew a black gourd. It was the mysterious void gourd. Lin Ling picked one and tore open the gourd. There was a transparent liquid inside the gourd. When he poured it into his mouth, he immediately felt refreshed. The spirit chi of the sacred sea gourd was quickly restored. This mysterious void gourd was indeed the best recovery treasure. Within the Zifu, Lin Ling once again began to cultivate. Right now, his strength had increased tremendously, especially his soul force that had reached the 130th level. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from breaking through to the next realm. But it was enough. Even if he faced a 5th heaven saint, he was no longer afraid. He could even defeat an ordinary 6th heaven saint. Breaking through to the saint realm was far more difficult than Lin Ling had imagined, and the amount of resources required was far greater. On top of that, the requirements for one's comprehension of the martial Tao were much higher. Your Majesty, someone wants to see you. Please come with me. At this moment, Purple Elder appeared with a smile on his face. Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned. Someone? Was there anyone else in the Purple Mansion other than himself? Your Majesty, come with me. You will be very happy. It was rare for Violet Elder to keep Lin Ling in suspense, causing Lin Ling to be even more curious. He followed Violet Elder forward and arrived at the first level of the Violet Palace. This was a world with verdant hills and limpid waters. GG. In the midst of the verdant hills, a red-furred ape quickly passed by and appeared in front of Lin Ling. The ape wasn't big, it was about the size of a small bear, but its entire body was covered in red scales. It was no longer the red-furred ape of the past. Little Flame. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Little Flame had been cultivating in the first level of the Violet Palace realm, and now he was finally able to see it. Big brother. Suddenly, Little Flame transformed. The red scales on his body receded like a tide, revealing his slightly dark skin. He had actually transformed into a 15-year-old boy. Lin Ling's eyes widened. Little Flame had transformed into a human? Your Majesty, this is the effect of the 1,000 transformation monkey head mushroom. Violet Elder laughed. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely be very happy. Ha, great. Little Flame, you've finally transformed into a human. Lin Ling laughed. Looking at Little Flame transforming into a human, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Big brother, haha. Little Flame also laughed. His skin was slightly dark, and he wasn't tall, but his muscles were solid like a calf. Moreover, his head was bald, and his strength was extremely strong. Come, let's have a battle with Big Brother. Lin Ling smiled and sized Little Flame up. He was happy for Little Flame and wanted to test Little Flame's strength. Okay. Little Flame had always been obedient to Lin Ling's words and immediately nodded. Rumble. In the boundless hills, the two of them fought. They didn't use their origin energy, but relied on their physical strength. What surprised Lin Ling was that Little Flame's physical strength had actually reached 10 universes, which was only slightly weaker than him. Amazing, amazing. Little Flame, you're indeed a demonic beast. Your innate strength is very strong. Lin Ling's voice came from the mountains. Big brother, Little Flame has already done his best, but I still can't compare to you. I feel that Big brother's strength is stronger than mine. Moreover, Big brother has suppressed his other divine abilities and origin energy. Otherwise, would have been defeated long ago. Little Flame said in admiration. He had always treated Lin Ling as his family, and he was also the person he respected the most in his life. Ha, how did your strength increase so much? Lin Ling said with a smile. He wasn't too proud of his strength. We helped it. At this time, a large number of demonic beasts appeared in the surrounding mountains. There were ice-fire white rhinoceroses and ox-headed demon gods. They were the demonic beasts of Myriad Demon Mountain that had appeared in Star Picking Nation before being sealed by Great Emperor Star Picking and subdued in the Purple Palace realm. These demonic beasts were very strong, and they were all in the early Saint Rudiment realm. In the past, Lin Ling had also fought with ox-headed demon gods. Of course, the current Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them at all. Your Majesty. All the demonic beasts knelt down in worship, and their voices shook the heavens. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Obviously, with his strength, these demonic beasts were all subdued by him. These demonic beasts are all sealed by the former emperor. Your Majesty can control their lives. In the past, Your Majesty was too weak to control these demonic beasts, but now, you can. Elder Z said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and glanced around. These demonic beasts were good helpers. Alright, all of you continue to cultivate in the Myriad Demons Mountain. In time, you will definitely see the light of day again. When that time comes, all of you will move out at my call. Lin Ling waved his hand and shouted boldly. Yes, Your Majesty. All the demonic beasts were excited. They were trapped here and couldn't get out for the rest of their lives, but the new emperor, Lin Ling, gave them hope and gave them the chance to conquer the world again. Lin Ling looked into the distance. Now that his strength and influence were at its peak, it was time for him to rise in Xianping province. The person behind Yu Yu and the others is very strong. He should be a big shot in the mortal world. Moreover, he passed through the chaotic demon sea, so he should be the strongest existence in Yungu Immortal Foundation. Currently, I am still a distance away from that height, but it won't be long before I can personally bring Yu Yu back. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and left the Purple Palace realm. Chapter 1574. Goodbye, Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, Xianhuang Daiyu, at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy, the little girl was still sitting there and looking at the distant ocean every day. The Ocean of Anarchy is filled with devil chi. Not to mention the ocean, even the seaside will be invaded by devil chi. Is that little girl stupid? Yeah, she doesn't eat, drink, cultivate, or recover. She just sits there. If this continues, she'll die sooner or later. The cultivators in the path stared at the little girl and shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to stay at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy for too long because they would be invaded by devil chi, yet the little girl had already stayed there for 3 months. Her aura is getting weaker and weaker. If it wasn't for her formidable natural talent, she would have died a long time ago. Someone said in his heart. After all, ordinary cultivators would be invaded by devil chi if they stayed at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy for 3 days. It was unimaginable for them to stay there for 3 months. Based on her appearance, she has an extraordinary background. Perhaps she has some treasure in her possession. Are you mad? Her natural talent isn't weak, so her background is definitely not small. Could it be that you dare to offend her? She's about to die, what's there to be afraid of? Some bold cultivators formed groups of 3 to 5 and approached silently. Obviously, they wanted to make a fortune from the dead. Fuck off. However, they just approached when the little girl shouted furiously, and her voice shocked those cultivators. But then they noticed that the little girl's aura was weak. Obviously, it was a counterattack before her death. Kill her and seize the treasures in her possession. The eyes of those cultivators turned even colder. To them, there was indeed no need to be afraid of a dead person. Scoundrel, why aren't you back yet? The Fire Spirit Princess was at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy. She'd always been waiting for Lin Ling. Even though she was extremely intelligent, she was still young and lacked stability. So she'd always been waiting at the seaside and didn't know that she'd already been invaded by devil chi. At this moment, she just wanted to sleep and felt very tired. Now's the time. The killing intent of the cultivators behind her grew even stronger. Rumble. Right at this moment, waves surged in the Ocean of Anarchy as a slender figure stepped on the waves and walked over step by step. He seemed to be slow, but he appeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. What? Someone returned from the Ocean of Anarchy? The sea monsters in the chaotic demon sea are terrifying. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse has to form a team to enter, but he's alone? The martial artists in the distance gasped. The eyes of the warriors who had attacked the Fire Spirit Princess narrowed as they looked at the youth. It was as if they were looking at a sea demon descending. Bastard. The Fire Spirit Princess stared at the person who had come, and her little face lit up. Shockingly, the person who had come was Lin Ling, who had returned. He stared at Princess Fire Spirit and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This little girl was really stubborn. She was really waiting for him. If he were to die in the Ocean of Anarchy, could it be that she would also wait her entire life? He could not help but feel heartache. Although the Fire Spirit Princess was overbearing and willful, she was also a stubborn person. Idiot, I'm not afraid of devil chi because my physical body is strong, but you don't cultivate your physical body. Now that you've been invaded by devil chi for 3 months, how can you withstand it? Arriving in front of Princess Fire Spirit, Lin Ling picked up the little girl, took out the void mysterious gourd, and poured it into Princess Fire Spirit's mouth. I just want to see if you found a wife. Princess Hua Ling said unhappily. Her little mouth curled up. I found her, but the other party didn't like me, so he still took my wife away. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. His words made Princess Hua Ling's big eyes dim. He actually didn't find her? But soon, she heard Lin Ling's cold voice, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long before I find them. At that time, I want to see the background of the guy who snatched my wife. He actually dares to speak righteously about snatching someone's family. This sentence made Princess Hualing laugh. Bastard, you're very confident. Then, she leaned on Lin Ling's chest like a porcelain doll with a sweet face. The few of you seem to want to harm my little girl. After Lin Ling smiled, his pupils turned and landed on the few martial artists. His eyes turned cold. Sir, don't talk nonsense. We just came to take a look out of curiosity. The few martial artists reacted and immediately shouted coldly. How could they admit it? Since she's fine, it's none of our business. Let's go. The leading martial artist waved his hand and wanted to leave. Wait. At that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice spread in the air. What? You want us to stay? The few martial artists stopped and stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Before, they were surprised that Lin Ling had come back from the ocean of chaotic demons, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was just a cultivator of the third saint layer. They didn't need to be afraid of him. Let me tell you first, we're the Divine Purple Robes King's people. If you want to attack us, you better think twice. Maybe you're a disciple of Champion University, but you should know that in Xianhuang Daiyu, ordinary disciples can't compete with the Divine Purple Robes Kings. Let's forget about it. We'll mind our own business. Shouted the few people icily. They had failed to attack, but they didn't need to take responsibility for it, as if it had nothing to do with them. Xiao Yan, kill them. Go. Lin Ling didn't waste time talking nonsense. He waved his right hand and the red-armored ape on his shoulder laughed and threw himself at them. There was no powerful origin energy. Instead, it was just the power of his physical body. It was clean and efficient. A black tiger steals the heart, and one of the martial artists' heart was taken out. Blood splashed everywhere. Ah! Ah! The remaining people were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would dare attack them. You're crazy. Ah! Said the leading martial artist with his eyes wide open. In the distance, the crowd was also astonished. Even though those martial artists had tried to harm the little girl, they hadn't done anything. However, that young man had killed them. First, she's the fire spirit princess of the Fire Clan. You can't offend her. Ah! Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He continued walking. Those martial artists were astonished. Surprisingly, she was the fire spirit princess? How could the Fire Clan's princess be in the ocean of chaotic demons? Besides, there wasn't a single strong cultivator with her. How strange. Second, I killed 2 of the Divine Purple Robes Kings. Ah! The voice floated out again. Those martial artists narrowed their eyes. Killed 2? In Xianhuang Daiyu, it was said that Lin Ling, who came from Xianping province, had killed 2 of the Divine Purple Robes Kings. Could that young man be the famous Lin Ling? Third, even though you didn't attack, if I didn't rush over, you would definitely attack. Since you have the heart to harm others, then you have to bear the consequences. This world isn't so benevolent. Maybe you think it's unfair, but I can tell you that in front of me, Lin Ling, you have to swallow any unfairness. Kill. Lin Ling's last sentence was filled with killing intent. Fairness. Lin Ling had seen too much unfairness, so he didn't expect the world to be fair. He only wanted to use his sword to protect his family and friends. That was enough. Lin Ling, he really is Lin Ling. Kill. So strong. Kill. Chapter 1575. Who is more despicable? Lin Ling, spare my life. Those martial artists who had attempted to sneak attack all knelt down. They were afraid and regretful. They had never imagined that they would provoke Lin Ling. It had to be known that Lin Ling was so terrifying that even the 5 heavenly kings feared him. Lin Ling did not say anything and continued to move forward. What answered them was Little Flame's merciless slaughter, wiping out all those who had ill intentions. Serves you right. Princess Wu Ling waved her small fist. So those people wanted to kill her. Then they should all die. It was good enough that she, Princess Wu Ling, did not kill anyone. Since when did it become someone else's turn to kill? Scoundrel, you killed them for me. Then am I your friend? Then, Princess Wu Ling raised her eyes and stared at Lin Ling's handsome face. No, you are my family. Lin Ling was still hugging her. He looked at the sky and smiled. He killed those people because they had attacked his family. They had touched his reverse scale, so he had no face to give to anyone. Family? Huh, that's great. But scoundrel, I have to go back. I've been away for too long this time. Father and the others must be looking for me. Princess Wu Ling was extremely happy, but then she said sadly. Go back. After I settle the matters in Xianping province, I'll come back to find you and bring you to see someone. Lin Ling nodded and took out 10 mysterious void gourds and handed them to Princess Wu Ling. Princess Wu Ling accepted them and nodded with a smile. The two of them walked forward. Not long after, fiery clouds appeared in the sky ahead. A woman appeared in the clouds. She was like an empress, looking down with indifferent eyes. She was Princess Wuxia. Of course, she was looking at the ground in surprise. She did not expect to finally find Princess Wu Ling, but Lin Ling was with her. Wu Ling, where have you been all this time? Do you know how worried father was about you? Also, who told you to be with a lowly ant? You have to know that people are sinister. Some people have bad intentions when they get close to you. Her voice was like thunder, quickly gushing out. Clearly, during the last Xian ranking battle, many strong cultivators had protected Lin Ling, causing her to lose face. This caused her to have a deep resentment towards Lin Ling. Perhaps in her heart, she was the noble Princess Fire Cloud, and even more so, she was the Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling was only a lowly disciple. What qualifications did he have to go against her will? Princess Fire Spirit immediately lowered her head. She seemed to be in awe of her sister. What are you waiting for? Princess Wuxia shouted angrily again, you're still young, you have to be careful in case someone tries to take advantage of you. You have to know that there are some people with low backgrounds who want to use you to curry favor with the fire race. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Princess Wu Ling immediately raised her head and said. Princess Fireglow ignored Princess Fire Spirit's words. She looked at Lin Ling and said, deceiving a 5-year-old girl, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? If you want to curry favor with the powerful Fire Clan, you can rely on your own ability. Although the Fire Clan has a lot of cultivation resources, you can just tell us if you want them. Why do you have to lie to my sister? She thought that Lin Ling had approached Princess Wu Ling because he wanted to deceive her and steal the cultivation resources of the Fire Clan. That was normal, the Fire Clan was strong, and Princess Wu Ling was innocent and pure. Everybody wanted to take advantage of her. Lin Ling was astonished. He hadn't thought that Princess Fireglow would slander him. He smiled mockingly and said, I deceived her. You didn't? Princess Fireglow nodded indifferently. She looked at Princess Wu Ling and saw the empty mystical gourd in her hands. Her expression changed drastically. Wu Ling, how did you get that empty mystical gourd? Empty mystical gourd, Champion University also had one. It bore fruit every 100 years and there were only 5 of them. It was extremely precious. Princess Wu Ling had a dozen of them. Where had she gotten them? Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling icily as if she knew something. No wonder you approached my sister. You wanted to steal her treasures. As expected, you're a lowly insect. Not many people knew how precious the empty mystical gourd was. Princess Wu Ling was young, she probably didn't know about it, but maybe Lin Ling knew about it. That was why he had approached Princess Wu Ling and tried to deceive her. That Lin Ling was really despicable. I wanted her treasures. Lin Ling was even more amused. He wanted to say something, but Princess Fireglow grunted coldly and said, "Stop with your flowery speech. I'm not Princess Wu Ling, I won't fall for your tricks. I just want to say that you're a lowly peasant. It's the first time you've seen such a precious treasure." She hated Lin Ling, and at this moment, she was viciously suppressing him with her words. She wanted to see Lin Ling lose face and know how lowly and insignificant he was. Lin Ling wanted to explain, but Princess Rosie interrupted him. This made him look at Princess Fire Spirit. He saw the little girl pouting unhappily. He didn't want to make Princess Fire Spirit unhappy, so he didn't bother to argue. Toad. After saying that, Lin Ling turned and left. You called me a toad? You're just a lowly ant with an ordinary background. How dare you call me, Princess Fireglow, a toad? Is your skin so thick? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the 7 emperors, you wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. But it won't be long before I personally visit and question the 7 emperors. How can you disciples be so shameless? How can you deceive a 5-year-old girl? Princess Fireglow was furious. Her eyebrows were raised. She had the domineering aura of an empress. All right, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, then you're a toad. Lin Ling's voice floated in the distance. He felt disgusted when he saw that woman. If it weren't for Princess Wu Ling, he would have humiliated that bitch. A lowly peasant is a lowly peasant. Bastard. Princess Fireglow shouted angrily. She was about to speak again when Princess Wu Ling said, "Sister, he gave me the empty mystical gourd." Boom. Princess Fireglow felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt as if she had been slapped a dozen times. She felt dizzy. The empty mystical gourd was extremely precious. It could quickly recover one's spiritual energy. It was of great help in a battle between strong cultivators. Even if she obtained it, she would treat it as a treasure. However, these treasures were given by Lin Ling, a lowly peasant. She thought that the lowly peasant wanted to get close to Princess Wu Ling because he wanted to deceive her. But now, who was giving who the benefits? Now, who was deceiving who? Such a treasure was given away so easily. Now, who was the lowly one? All right, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, then you're a toad. Princess Fireglow remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was waiting for her to complain. But now, did she dare to go? She naturally didn't dare. If she went, she would only be laughed at. Bastard. Princess Fireglow let out a low voice. She was a noble princess. For the first time, she was inferior to someone. She was as lowly as a toad. Chapter 1576. The end of an era. At this moment, Xianping province was engulfed in smoke and flames of war. 10 years of peace and 10 years of madness. The universe and Kuan palaces, these two great forces, had an irreconcilable conflict to begin with. Although they rarely had large conflicts, what should erupt would still erupt. Therefore, in the universal grand ceremony, there would be a large number of experts falling and new experts rising up. The forces of the universe and Kuan palaces would also be redistributed. As for the opinions of the human realm's giants, they ignored them. Perhaps they also knew that they had to solve the conflict between martial artists themselves. After the conflict was resolved, the remaining martial artists would be stronger. Although it was a little cruel, the path of martial arts was against the heavens. When a martial artist enjoyed dominating the lives of others, he would also be dominated by a stronger opponent. This was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu residents, today we will take revenge for 10 years. 3 Elemental Golden Dipper sect, submit to the Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, we will annihilate your entire sect. Kill. For 3 whole months, the experts in Xianping province were killing each other. Many ancient sects fell, and the remaining ones submitted. It was as the saying went, the world will be divided after a long time, and the world will be united after a long time. No one was safe. No matter how strong a force was, there would be a time when it would fall, unless they formed an alliance or submitted. Currently, the safest giants were the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. However, this was only temporary. When the flames of war spread to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, a new emperor rose. The rise of a new emperor represented the rise of a powerful young emperor, replacing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The most famous one was the North Emperor, the Son of Heaven. This person came from the head of the 10 Xiaoyao Palace Halls. Once he rose, he summoned the 10 Xiaoyao Palace Halls and eliminated 2 Langya Palace Hall Masters. Among the remaining 8 Langya Palace Hall Masters, 5 of them submitted. There was the North Emperor in the north and the South King in the south. He was the powerful emperor of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residence, Hong Tianxia. Hong Tianxia came from the 7 emperors' heaven and was the first lord of Nanshan. Originally, he should not have been involved in Xianping province's affairs. However, he came from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residence. Therefore, when the Hong residence was in danger, he stood up and summoned the world. It was known that the 7 emperors heaven and earth emperor realms heaven. One's courage and the submission of the experts. After all, one's strength was strength. For example, the assassin king heaven and earth. Obviously, that was impossible. As the old saying goes, one must have a good reason to start a war. If one wants to control the situation in Xianping province, then one must have a good reason. Other than the North Arch and the South King, there was also the West King. This person came from the ancient Lihua God dynasty. Using his ancient fame, he attracted a large number of experts to join him. He was also an existence that could summon wind and rain. The era was changing. These 3 great emperors had triggered a new world structure. The position of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars was also in imminent danger. Even they had to submit. Other than the 3 great monarchs, there were also many other new monarchs that rose up. It was a pity that their rallying power was too weak, their strength was too low, and their foundation was insufficient. The entire Xianping province was like boiling water. There were very few powerful forces that could remain unscathed. The rainforest sacred land was one of them. There were even many powerful forces that had joined them, such as the Dinghai Heavenly Residence, the South Pole Celestial Peng, the Lu Residence, and so on. Of course, compared to the rise of the other new emperors, the rainforest sacred land was much more low-key. Rumble. On the ground, chaotic battles broke out everywhere. Ancient sects and super dynasties were fighting a great battle. At this moment, the world was like a chessboard. Chess pieces could be swallowed up at any time. If one wanted to live, then the only way was to be the player. It's very similar to the change in the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the sky, a figure flew past quickly. That person looked at the world, his eyes flickering. He was Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't go to the rainforest sacred land. Instead, he went to the 7 emperors' sky. This was because he wasn't worried about the rainforest sacred land. However, looking at the chaotic land, Lin Ling's mouth curved into a smile. In the past, he was very insignificant. During the calamity of the world, he was passive. He had to worry about the safety of himself and his family. But now, he was active and could control everything. Let's go and submit the mission first. Lin Ling's speed was extremely fast. After a long time, he arrived at the 7 emperors' sky. This place was still as peaceful as before. It was as though it was isolated from the world. Lin Ling walked forward and reached the mission board. The space-time heavenly the arch also appeared. He looked at Lin Ling in surprise. You actually used more than 3 months to complete a mission that took 10 days? Kiki, there was an accident midway. That's why I came back late. Lin Ling laughed. The space-time heavenly the arch shook his head helplessly. Then, Lin Ling submitted the mission. Looking at Lin Ling, the space-time heavenly the arch was shocked again. He already knew that 2 of the 3 missions had been completed. However, no one had submitted the missions. Hence, he didn't know who it was. Now, he finally knew. These 2 missions can be rewarded with 200 drops of half-saint's essence. What a pity. If you killed 1 more demon, you would have completed all the missions. The space-time heavenly the Arch immediately laughed. He was extremely happy. The missions were issued by the mortal domain. If Lin Ling completed them, the 7 Emperors' sky would be proud. As expected, when the missions on the mission board disappeared, many disciples of the mortal domain's 3 legends had ugly expressions. Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling again. How did he do it? Many disciples were jealous and gritted their teeth. After Lin Ling received the drops of half-saint's essence, he strode away. These treasures should be enough for him to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling, you're back. Just as he left the floating mountain, a voice came from afar. Lin Ling glanced over and smiled. It was the 9 spirits of heaven. The 9 spirits of heaven wasn't tall, but they had a cold aura. They carried a tall sky piercer on their backs. Their style was extremely unique. I just saw that you completed the mission. Kiki, you've won glory for the 7 Emperors' sky. The 9 spirits of heaven came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. I was just lucky. Lin Ling said with a smile after bowing politely. By the way, Xianping Province is holding the Universal Grand Ceremony. Aren't you going to participate? The 9 spirits of heaven asked again. At their current level, they were more interested in the competition between the disciples of the myths of legends. They didn't care much about the Universal Grand Ceremony. I'm from Xianping Province. That's my hometown. Of course I'll participate in such a grand event. Lin Ling didn't hide it and directly admitted it. Kiki, then I'll go and take a look. Although I'm not interested in the Universal Grand Ceremony, I'm still very interested in the strength of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Moreover, I heard that the First Lord of Nanshan, Hong Tianxia, is also there. I want to meet him. The 9 spirits of heaven was interested. With his current strength, he was still a distance away from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, he wanted to take a look with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a little surprised, but he immediately nodded. Let's go. The 2 left the 4 pillars and 8 pillars and headed toward the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land was extremely peaceful. The battle outside didn't affect them at all. Many people in the rainforest sacred land sighed. They knew who gave them such a peaceful home. Lord Lin Ling, you're really amazing. Did you know that when I went out to train, I met other experts who forced me to submit to them? If I didn't, they would kill me. When I said that I'm from the rainforest sacred land, those experts immediately made way for me and were very respectful. That's your reputation. Moreover, many experts and martial artists want to seek refuge in the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 1577. Paradise, Rainforest Sacred Land. Patriarch Taiyan, Mo Nianchen, and the others were extremely proud. Once upon a time, the rainforest sacred land had suffered a great calamity. At that time, they were like ants, their lives ruled by others. But now, this place had become a paradise. No one dared to invade. In a world where the flames of war were raging, having a paradise was obviously everyone's extravagant wish. Let us in. Outside the rainforest sacred land's ancient array, a large number of cultivators gathered. They wanted to take refuge in the rainforest sacred land. You guys are too heartless. It's so chaotic outside. From the 9-star Saint Realm to the 3-star Saint Realm, there's war everywhere. Your place is so safe, but you won't let us in. You guys are overbearing. Look at that cultivator, he's only in the martial spirit realm. What right does trash like him have to enter this paradise? Get him out. That's right, I'm the Emperor of the Kingdom of Heaven, a first heaven saint. Get those trash out, I'll replace you. The cultivators were dissatisfied. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors, they would have already barged in. Sirs, you guys are the overbearing ones. This is our hometown, created by Lord Lin Ling. You guys want to take refuge here, but you don't announce anything. Who knows if you're spies? Also, this place went through a calamity in the past. Those weak cultivators didn't run away, they lived and died with their hometown. How could they not have the right to enter? Where were you then? You only know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, you don't know their sacrifice. In the rainforest's sacred land, a large number of cultivators appeared and confronted the foreign cultivators. Qin Xiaolan's voice was like thunder, shocking the foreign cultivators into silence. As for the weak elders and injured middle-aged men in the rainforest's sacred land, they were touched. In the past, when the rainforest's sacred land faced a calamity, they didn't want to leave their hometown and stayed to fight. However, the rainforest's sacred land didn't abandon them. It even gave up on those cultivators for them. Lord Lin Ling is the most grateful. To be able to follow him in this life, I don't regret dying. The elders and injured middle-aged men's eyes were wet. You talk too much nonsense. Are you going to let us in or not? The faces of the foreign martial artists turned cold. In order to survive, they couldn't care less. If they stayed in Xianping province, they would definitely die. Charge in. The rainforest Holy Land is so big, and there are also the 100 realms. These places are all safe, enough for us to make a comeback. That's right. Although the spirit chi here is thin, it can still be considered beautiful. Our 6 Ultimate Swords Gate wants to establish a sect here. The martial artists' patience was exhausted. Their faces became increasingly cold. How dare you! Qin Xiaolan, Mu Mu, and the others were enraged. These people obviously wanted to borrow Lin Ling's glory, but they wanted to occupy this place and establish their own sect. Did they think that they could come and go as they pleased? It's just a group of transcendent realm masters, what's there to fear? Charge in. Those powerful beings weren't afraid of Qin Xiaolan and the others at all, and they roared angrily again. Although there were many powerful beings from the rainforest Holy Land, there were even more powerful beings on their side. There were over 100 powerful beings gathered here. Who dares to be so arrogant here? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The clouds in the sky churned as 2 figures stepped on the clouds and slowly walked over. Xiao. Before they arrived, a fiery red figure shot over first and transformed into a giant ape. With a slap, a Saint Realm Master was smashed into meat paste. Little Flame. Qin Xiaolan, Elder Tai Yan, and the others were pleasantly surprised when they recognized the giant ape. Roar, roar, roar. The giant ape let out an excited roar as if it had seen its family. Then, it transformed into a red-armored monkey the size of a small bear and looked at everyone with a smile. It rushed to Elder Tai Yan and kowtowed to him. Good, good, good. It's good that Little Flame is back. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed and stroked Little Flame's head. To him, Little Flame was just like his little grandson. GG. Little Flame enjoyed the touch very much. His big eyes were like crescent moons. Lin Ling is back. Everyone then stared at the sky excitedly. The people who had come were Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, Lin Ling stared coldly at the foreign cultivators. He did not expect that no one would dare to invade the rainforest Holy Land, but these people wanted to take refuge in his light and force their way in. Sir Lin Ling. Sir. The foreign cultivators were in awe. Seeing Lin Ling, they did not dare to be arrogant. You want to take refuge here? Sir. Lin Ling stopped and stared at them indifferently. Sir Lin Ling, the outside world is too chaotic. The strong prey on the weak. Please be merciful and let us in. A tall and sturdy man saluted. I'll give you one word, scram. Scram. Lin Ling sneered and then shouted angrily. If these people had followed the rules and waited patiently, he would have given them a way out and let them enter. However, these people were impatient and only knew how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. When they were rejected, they forced their way in. Why would Lin Ling want such people? One must know that even ordinary cultivators had to go through a test to become a disciple, let alone enter the rainforest Holy Land. This. Humph. The faces of the powerful cultivators turned ugly. Sir Lin Ling, we are not weak. Why don't we follow you and conquer the world? There are many weak trash in the rainforest Holy Land. Why don't we drive them away? A majesty of a big country said unwillingly. Trash? Humph. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His eyes became colder. With a thought, an invisible flame appeared. Chi chi chi. The majesty who had just spoken suddenly started burning without any fire. He was burned to the point that he let out a painful cry. They have accompanied me through storms and storms. They are Lin Ling's friends and family. Even if they are ordinary people without any strength, you can't compare to them. As for you daring to call them trash, that is equivalent to giving me, Lin Ling, a slap in the face. Die for me. Lin Ling said coldly. The various experts trembled with fear. As for the people of the rainforest Holy Land, they were even more agitated, especially Mu Mu and the others. In the past, they were geniuses of the Void Star Divine Palace. At first, they did not want to join the rainforest Holy Land. But now, it seemed that their decision back then was the best choice in their lives. All of you scram. If there are still people here after an incense stick's worth of time, then all of you will die. Don't think that I, Lin Ling, am a merciful person. Now that the outside world is in chaos, I can be as ruthless as them. Scram. Lin Ling's cold voice caused the various experts' faces to change and they all fled madly. Also, do you think my rainforest Holy Land has no experts? Just wait and see, my rainforest Holy Land also has countless experts. Sigh. Moreover, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted into their ears at the same time. They wanted to take refuge here because they were afraid of the experts from the outside world, but they'd forgotten that Lin Ling was an existence that couldn't be offended in Blackping region as well, and he was just like those formidable experts. If they offended Lin Ling, then he'd annihilate them as well. Lin Ling, you're back. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling intimidating all the experts alone, the people of the rainforest Holy Land felt proud. Elder Tai Yen, Mo Nianshan, and the others all ran over to welcome Lin Ling back. Hee hee, how is everyone? Sigh. Chapter 1578. Opening a new world, good, very good. Even if it's raging outside, this place is the safest. Everyone shouted in unison. Your Excellency, when the Heaven and Earth Grand Ceremony just started, there were also experts who came here, but when they heard that this was Lin Ling's territory, they immediately ran away, scared witless. Wood and the other geniuses from the Starry Sky Left Court Palace said proudly. If they were still from the Void Star Divine Palace, they would have been slaughtered. That's good. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Venerable Si Calming, the old man of the South Pole, and the others. He hadn't expected them to come. Lin Ling, when you were in the rainforest Holy Land's calamity, I was the one who saved you from the Void Star Divine Palace. Who would have thought that in just a few years, us old fellows would be indebted to your protection? Venerable Si Calming looked at Lin Ling gratefully. His family and Si Calming Heavenly Palace were all here, or they would have been wiped out long ago. The old man of the South Pole, Lu Wangya, and the others sighed in their hearts. Lin Ling was now their pillar of support. Huh, sir, we're a family. There's no need to say such sentimental words. All right. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He still treated Venerable Si Calming as his sir. That was because he would remember the kindness of that drop of water in the past for the rest of his life. Lin Ling then looked at the girl behind Venerable Sea Calming and smiled. Sister Ling Shan, are you interested in traveling with me? Yes. Ling Shan was Venerable Sea Calming's daughter, the girl abandoned by the Golden Armor King. When she heard Lin Ling's words, she was stunned. At first, she was a little afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling was at a height that she had to look up to. But she didn't expect that Lin Ling would still be so amiable, which made her relax. Where are we going? Yes. Ling Shan asked curiously. Splendid land, meet the Golden Armor King. Yes. Lin Ling smiled again, but this time, his expression was cold. Golden Armor King. Yes. Everyone's heart trembled. They vaguely knew that Lin Ling was going to challenge the Golden Armor King. Although they knew that this day would come, they still felt that it was unreal. Lin Ling, Gold Armor King's strength is not weak. Are you confident? Venerable Sea Calming said worriedly. He knew that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked among the top 10 Langya Temple Masters. However, there were also differences in strength among the 10 Langya Temple Masters. Gold Armor King was one of the best. It's nothing. Lin Ling spoke calmly, and his words carried dense confidence. After experiencing the bitter battle in the chaotic Devil Sea, his strength had doubled. Everyone, let's go together. The era is ending, and a new emperor is rising. I think it's time for me to become the new emperor. Lin Ling said again, full of heroic spirit. If he became the new emperor of Xianping province, his power and his family would be even more secure. He could even dominate half of the sacred land of the rainforest. Therefore, Lin Ling would not be pretentious at this time. The rise of a new emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by Lin Ling's ambition. Only the 9 spirits of heaven felt that it was normal because Lin Ling could do it. Go, let's all go. The crowd was extremely excited. They never thought that they would be able to become famous in Xianping province during the Universal Grand Ceremony. Then let's go. I found out that the end of the era is on the other side of the splendid mountain and river. Lin Ling looked into the distance and pointed his sword at the splendid mountain and river. The end of the era was also the beginning of a new world. Lin Ling wanted to start a new chapter in this new world. Start the era, the rise of a new emperor. Everyone shouted excitedly and raised the flag in their hands. Everyone moved forward majestically, heading towards the splendid mountain and river. This time, there were hundreds of millions of people following Lin Ling. Some were from the rainforest's sacred land, some were from the 100 territories, and some were from Xianping province. There were strong and weak people, but even the weak martial spirit realm cultivators were not afraid at all. That was because they were staring at the black-robed man in front of them. That was their flag. The crowd left the rainforest sacred land's teleportation array and appeared in the splendid mountain and river tens of thousands of miles away. Many people stared at the splendid mountain and river and became even more excited. They had long heard that this was the core of Xianping province and that only top warriors could enter. Now, they had finally stepped into this place. As for the splendid mountain and river, there were also a large number of warriors. They were safe at the moment because the top leaders were negotiating to seize the world. However, the warriors who could appear here were all extremely famous among the experts. The world is in chaos. The North Emperor is the Son of Heaven, the South Emperor is Hong Tianxia, and the West Emperor is Zhang Luochen. A new emperor is rising. Yes. I heard that the 7 emperors also had powerful disciples who wanted to call the world and proclaim themselves as emperors, but they all failed. They had strength, but they lacked courage. Wow. Last month, there was a fierce battle, and the successors of the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom were all killed. Seriously? That was the heavenly elder of the Spirit Mountain. He was as strong as the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. What? What can I do? The one who killed him was not a single person, but an alliance of experts from the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen. They seem to want to eliminate the heavenly elder of Ling Shan and the other experts in the Xianpeng Great Region. What? That's nothing. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars were all wiped out 5 days ago. Wow. The crowd was abuzz with discussion as the news continued to spread. The powerful existences that they had looked up to in the past had all been wiped out. It was a surreal scene. Lord Pu of the Xiantian dynasty is also in danger. He didn't join any of the new emperors, so the new emperors are going to make a move on him. Wow. The Black-White Dao Palace is the same. They're still independent, and will be the next to be eliminated. Wow. It seems that the new world of Xianpeng province will be led by the 3 emperors. Wow. Many people were analyzing the situation, and knew that the old powerhouses were about to fall. The rise of the new emperors meant that they could summon too many experts. Even if the old powerhouses were strong, they couldn't stop the other side from having too many people. Sometimes, when the difference in strength was not great, the power of the people around them could decide everything. Those people and their subordinates were also a symbol of strength. Rumble. It was at this moment that the black clouds arrived, as if a great calamity was approaching. What's going on? Many people were shocked. They suddenly realized that those clouds were actually people. It was just that there were too many people, which led to the formation of a majestic cloud. Who's so bold? The era is coming to an end, and they still dare to come out. You're courting death. Many people laughed coldly. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the ancient kingdoms would fall in this cosmos ceremony. The insolence of this newcomer was bound to become a thorn in their side. That's Lin Ling. Wow. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, staring at the handsome man in the lead with cold eyes. Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors. He's here. Wow. Chapter 1579. Ruling the world. Oh right, the king of the south, the emperor of the west, the emperor of the north, and the emperor of the east are still missing. Lin Ling might be able to start his own chapter and become the new emperor. Yes. Someone said excitedly. Everyone else's eyes went wide as they realized that they had forgotten about Lin Ling. Lin Ling was powerful, and was famous in the holy land of the rainforest. If he called for action, there would definitely be people who would support him in becoming the new emperor. Lin Ling was definitely qualified to be the new emperor. He had simply kept a low profile in the beginning, and everyone had forgotten about him. In the sky, the clouds were tumbling as everyone strode forward. Lin Ling's former brothers and companions were now raising flags with the words, "Rainforest Sacred Land," written on them. The words were dazzling and shocking to the eyes. Lin Ling's expression was as cold as ice as he continued onward. Next to him, Overlord Si Calming and the others returned to report what they had learned. The descendant of the Spirit Stream Immortal Kingdom, Heavenly Elder Spirit Mountain, has perished. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes grew even colder. Years ago, when Celestial Voidstar and the other experts had come to kill Lin Ling, Heavenly Elder Spirit Mountain had helped him. And Lin Ling still remembered that he was the one who had saved Heavenly Elder Spirit Mountain's grandson. Exalted Pu is injured. Yes. Lin Ling received new information and became even more familiar with the new venerable sovereign. He knew who the Emperor of the North was, son of Heaven Carefree. As for the King of the South, Lin Ling knew who Hong Tianxia was. He was a peerless genius from the 7 Emperors' Heaven, and was the #1 king of South Mountain. Most importantly, he had the blood of the Hong clan in his veins. As for the Emperor of the West, Lin Ling knew who he was. Back when he had challenged the profound ranking, Exalted Mountain Mist had brought along a genius named Zhang Zhan, who was Zhang Zhan's older brother from the ancient kingdom of the Li-Fire dynasty. As expected, the era was coming to an end, and the top experts of heaven and earth were coming out. Revenge will be exacted. Yes. With that, Lin Ling led the group onward. At this moment, the splendid Mountain River Martial Pavilion was crowded with experts. The new emperors were all sitting there. Apart from them, Langya and the carefree 10 palaces were also there. They were the old 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky and formed powerful camps. In the distance, there were many experts from various forces. Their auras were extremely terrifying. So exciting, so exciting. This is the battlefield of our generation of martial artists. It would be great if I were one of those top-notch big shots. If I had the chance to summon heroes in my life, would die without regrets. 3 great emperors, the remaining 3 giants of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, plus Langya and the unfettered 10 halls. Who does this world belong to? Many people were extremely excited. They yearned to be able to witness the opening of a new world and witness the rise of strong cultivators. The blood of battle in their veins was also flowing wildly. Thousand Generations Ghost Sect, Golden Emperor Sect, Revered Path of the Sword, any clan dynasty, submit. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Among the crowd, a man in white clothes with his hands behind his back looked indifferently at the whole world. He was the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. Although many powerful forces had fallen, Xianping province was vast and boundless. There were many more powerful forces, and they had not chosen their camp. They were obviously hesitating because if they made the wrong choice, they would die. Do you want to join them? Another voice was heard. A tall and sturdy man sat on a chair with a golden saber and an incomparable domineering aura. He was the Southern King, Hong Tianxia. The Southern King, Hong Tianxia, is extremely powerful. He has the 4 pillars and 8 pillars behind him. The crowd started to discuss. It was difficult to choose, extremely difficult to choose. These new emperors were all extremely terrifying. Everyone looked at the other new emperor. It was the North Emperor, Prince Xiaoyao. This person was very confident. He sat there indifferently and did not ask the other experts to submit. One had to know that once the experts submitted, the real battle would begin. However, Prince Xiaoyao did not want to conquer more experts, which made people very curious. As the experts of the Thousand-Era Ghost Sect were making their choice, a mighty aura came from afar. It was as if a venerable emperor had arrived. Countless people looked over and gasped. More experts had arrived. Lin Ling is here. Many people exclaimed. The new venerable emperor, the old 4 pillars, Langya, and the experts of the unfettered 10 halls narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was an extremely strange existence in the universal ceremony. He was like a paradise and did not participate in any competition. However, he was here now. This guy is back. In the Black-White Dao Palace, Lord Shui Wu could not help but laugh. She laughed very happily as if she had seen the return of her pillar. He's here. In the distance, Lord Pu also revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Ling's friends were happy, but Lin Ling's enemies had ugly expressions. Lin Ling, this is not a place for you to come. Scram. A sharp and unkind voice rang out at an inappropriate time. An old woman angrily shouted. She was the Ninely Holy Mother. Now that she had joined the Southern King's camp, she did not fear Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven, have you seen warm wine decide the world? I have a pot of wine here. Once it is warmed, the world will be decided. However, under the countless gazes, Lin Ling indifferently smiled and spoke in a calm manner. Warm wine decide the world. The crowd's eyes narrowed. How frivolous and domineering was this? Did he think that the new venerable emperors were all ants? Roar. At this time, a fiery red shadow shot out and pounced on the Ninely Holy Mother. A giant ape appeared and slapped her. You think you have the qualifications to speak to my big brother? It was Little Flame. Rumble. The power of 10 universes erupted. The Ninely Holy Mother could not block it and was slapped into a pulp. Boom. The crowd's hearts exploded. They did not expect Lin Ling to show his strength as soon as he arrived. However, the 9 Li Holy Mother's talent was extremely strange. It was like a mother nest. The previous one was only one of her clones. She appeared on the other side with a ferocious and pale face. Brother Xinyuan, have you seen such talent before? Lin Ling said with a smile. What a strange talent. It feels like the queen of bees. The one that died before was a worker bee. The 9 spirits of heaven revealed a curious expression. That's all. I can easily find her real body. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and ignored the crowd. He released his soul power and the blade of Nirvana shot towards one of the men in front of him. The man's expression changed drastically as he panicked. She was the real clone of the 9 Li Holy Mother. She roared and wanted to escape. However, she was too late. Under the crowd's gaze, her soul collapsed. She never thought that Lin Ling would be able to kill her so easily under the eyes of the new venerable emperor. She thought that she would not die after joining the Southern King, but in reality, she was just overthinking it. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the clones hidden in the crowd all exploded. Obviously, the queen bee was killed and the worker bees were all dead. Amazing. Lin Ling, how did you see through it? The 9 spirits of heaven was surprised because he also could not see where the real body was. I just guessed randomly. Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, he saw through it with the eye of time. The two of them talked casually. It could be said that they completely ignored the crowd. That kind of arrogance made many people gasp. This was a real venerable emperor. Chapter 1580. Not qualified, all of you, join us. Lin Ling ignored the crowd again and stared at the Millennium Ghost sect. How dare you? As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the South King and the West King shouted angrily. Did Lin Ling think that they did not exist? Let me tell you, if you make the wrong choice, you will all die, so you must think carefully. Lin Ling ignored the South King and the others. His voice became cold. He was challenging the new sovereigns in front of everyone. At the same time, he was telling everyone that he, Lin Ling, had risen and that Lin Ling had a chapter in the new world. The faces of the Millennium Ghost sect turned pale. The South King and the West King were not to be trifled with, but Lin Ling was also not to be trifled with. It was difficult to choose. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone knew that this was Lin Ling's show of strength. At the same time, he was confronting the other sovereigns. This was also a confrontation between top experts to see who was more daring and who was the real sovereign. I will join Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the second-generation Ghost King, the young man who had teamed up with Lin Ling in the Ghost Realm. In that case, the Millennium Ghost sect will join Lin Ling. With the second-generation Ghost King's words, the Millennium Ghost sect all spoke up. They believed in the second-generation Ghost King's vision. Boom! The crowd's hearts were like thunder. Lin Ling had only just arrived, yet he had already invited so many masters to join him. It had to be known that the other emperors had spent 3 months to make a name for themselves, and only now had they become new emperors. From this point of view, Lin Ling had clearly suppressed Prince Nan and the others. We will also join. The other experts spoke up one after another. Good, from now on, you are the East King's people. Lin Ling smiled faintly. With a wave of his right hand, the wine pot fell into the second-generation Ghost King's hand as if he was bestowing the imperial wine. He was very clear that he could not show weakness at this time. To become a new sovereign, prestige was indispensable. Lin Ling. The Southern Emperor, Lin Ling, wore an unpleasant expression. Lin Ling's move was like a resounding slap to their faces, telling them that he, Lin Ling, did not need 3 months to become the new martial monarch. He only needed 15 minutes. Zhang Luochen's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, everyone knew that the two of them were extremely unwilling. Lin Ling, what qualifications do you have to become the new emperor? At this time, someone said loudly, becoming a new emperor is not enough just because you are powerful. Although you are the celestial emperor, there are many disciples of the 7 emperors who want to become the new emperor. Since when is it your turn? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Lord Shan Wu. Opening a new world and becoming the new emperor was a supreme honor. This was because the new emperor would be able to dominate Xianping province and possess a large amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, Prince Nan and the others didn't want Lin Ling to become the new emperor and leave behind a footprint in the new world. Then, what qualifications do they have? Lin Ling smiled and pointed at the southern emperor, Hong Tianxia, and the others. The southern emperor, Hong Tianxia, has the bloodline of the Han dynasty of the 4 great ancient nations. He is also a disciple of the 7 emperors. He is the first lord of Nanshan. The Han residence of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars is also under Hong Tianxia's command. Lord Shan Wu sneered when he heard Lin Ling's words. To end an era and become a new emperor, one had to rely on charisma, courage, and the aura of a king. In Lord Shan Wu's heart, Lin Ling did not have the aura of a king. Furthermore, the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen, is also a descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty from the Antiquity Age. He ruled Xianping province in the Antiquity Age. Today, he waved his flag, and the heroes naturally supported him as the new king. Although Zhang Luochen is not a disciple of the 7 emperors, the matters of Xianping province were handled by us. It has nothing to do with the sacred 7 emperors. Therefore, how can he not be qualified? Lord Shan Wu sneered. Do you see that? Those are the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace, the Heavenly Dragon Temple, and the Celestial Phenomenon Sect. They're all famous experts from Xianping province. Now, they're all here. Let me tell you something. The descendants of the Spirit Stream Immortal Kingdom from the 4 great ancient kingdoms were all killed by us. Under Zhang Luochen's leadership, there's nothing that can't be done. Lord Shan Wu sneered. Boom! After he spoke, the experts behind Zhang Luochen began to shout, their voices shaking the heavens. They were suppressing Lin Ling, and at the same time telling everyone that Lin Ling was not qualified to become the new emperor. Obviously, at this sensitive time, they did not dare to kill Lin Ling. However, if they could prevent Lin Ling from becoming the new emperor, that would be enough. And then there's the North Emperor, Prince of Heaven Carefree. He missed the disciple examination, so he didn't become a disciple. However, his strength and courage speak for themselves. Currently, he leads more than half of the 10 palaces in Carefree and Langia. He's more qualified than you. Lord Shan Wu sneered. It was none other than the God-chart king of the Langia 10 palaces. Let's go. The disciple of the 7 emperors doesn't qualify to be the new emperor. Cheers. Many people were cheering and shouting disdainfully. None of them wanted Lin Ling to lead Xianping province. If he did, it would be the end for them. Of course, there were also many who remained silent, waiting to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. Creating a new world and becoming the new emperor was just like any other super dynasty. Many people would refuse to accept the new emperor's position. Is that why I'm not qualified? He asked. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, and didn't seem angry at all. He walked slowly toward the God-chart king, who frowned. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Lin Ling drank his wine and came before the God-chart king. He lifted the wine jug in his hand and poured it down. Like the water of the Milky Way, the wine flowed down the God-chart king's head and covered his face, causing his long hair to stick to his head. He looked extremely pathetic. However, this wasn't the end. After pouring the wine, Lin Ling slapped him again. The crisp sound of the slap caused the God-chart king's eyes to focus there. Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not up to you to decide. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, causing the surrounding people to focus their eyes. The dignified 10 carefree hall masters were being humiliated like this in front of so many people. Lin Ling's action was trampling on the Godchart King's dignity. The Godchart King glared at Lin Ling. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. One had to know that, putting aside his identity, he was a subordinate of the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen. Lin Ling's action was undoubtedly a slap to Zhang Luochen's face. At the same time, it was telling everyone that he, Lin Ling, was the East Sovereign. You, the Godchart King, were just a subordinate. What right do you have to speak? Sweeping his gaze around, the Godchart King temporarily endured. With so many experts here, there would definitely be someone who would take care of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you haven't become the new emperor yet. You're too arrogant to touch my people. Chapter 1581. Raising one's arms and shouting, I haven't become the new emperor, so I don't have the qualifications to be here. To become the new emperor, one must not only be strong, but also have a good reason, right? Lin Ling glanced over while Zhang Luochen coldly nodded. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's identity as a disciple of the 7 emperors, he would have already ordered people to kill Lin Ling. Starry Left Court Palace, Flaming Right Court Palace, Calm Sea Heavenly Prefecture, Willow Palace, South Pole Immortal Canopy. Lin Ling nodded as his voice continued to float out. Every time he spoke, these forces would immediately shout in response. Their voices were enough to shake the heavens. The crowd's blood was boiling as they looked at Lin Ling and raised their arms to cheer. Zhang Luochen's group frowned. They didn't expect these experts to support Lin Ling. This made them think that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to have such a strong foundation, but now it was a bit ironic. Is this enough? Southern King Hong Tianxia sneered. What if I'm included? At this time, a bold laughter came. A tall man walked out from the unfettered 10 halls and headed towards Lin Ling's camp. Heaven touch Grand Sage. Many people's eyes flashed. Finally, unfettered 10 halls had joined Lin Ling. Count me in. However, this was not the end of everyone's shock. Another voice rang out, from now on, the Black-White Dao Palace will be led by Lin Ling. 4 pillars and 8 pillars, this was the real 4 pillars and 8 pillars. One had to know that Southern King Hong Tianxia had one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars behind him, so he had the qualifications to call himself the new emperor. But now, did Lin Ling not have the qualifications? I didn't think that I, Lord Pu, would one day become a general under Lin Ling. Then, count me in. Another thunderous voice rang out, shocking everyone. Under countless gazes, the Xiantian dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, led by Lord Pu, walked towards Lin Ling's camp. There's a 4 beams, 8 pillars. Countless people widened their eyes. It was normal for the Black-White Dao Palace's water mist to support Lin Ling, but the Xiantian dynasty also joined. This was shocking. One had to know that Lord Pu was the most demonic of all. In the past 3 months, the 3 new emperors had tried to invite Lord Pu to join their camps, but Lord Pu had refused. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something. Now, everyone knew that Lord Pu was waiting for Lin Ling. 2 4 pillars and 8 pillars, 1 unfettered 10 halls, Lin Ling's wings are fully grown. The crowd carefully sized up Lin Ling's forces and discovered that Lin Ling had raised his arms and declared that half of Xianping province belonged to Lin Ling. You're not qualified to compete with me in terms of subordinates. However, it was as if Lin Ling wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. He stretched out his right hand and a ray of majestic emerald light appeared. It transformed into a tall emerald pagoda that floated in the air. This is... Many people were puzzled. Star-picking nation's purple mansion. At this time, Unfettered Prince let out a surprised cry. Many people in Xianping province had benefited from the star-picking nation's purple mansion, but he knew that the real benefit was the star-picking nation's purple mansion. It was said that obtaining the purple mansion was equivalent to obtaining the star-picking nation and becoming the star-picking emperor. Now that Lin Ling had obtained the purple mansion, it meant that Lin Ling was the biggest winner in the star-picking nation. Even unfettered Prince felt ashamed of his inferiority. Purple Mansion? Could it be the legendary Purple Mansion? Many people widened their eyes, especially some ancient martial artists. They naturally knew what the Purple Mansion represented, but no one had expected that it would be Lin Ling who obtained it. At this moment, the doubts in many people's hearts were resolved. Lin Ling had been an ordinary ant. How did he become a domineering existence? It was because of the Purple Mansion's nurturing. Western Emperor Zhang Luochen, the descendant of the Lihua celestial dynasty, is indeed worthy of pride and support. However, I'm the only successor of the star-picking nation. I wonder if I'm qualified compared to the Lihua celestial dynasty? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Luochen. Slap. This sentence was like a crisp slap to Zhang Luochen's face, causing his face to turn green and red. Among the four great nations, the star-picking nation was stronger than the Lihua celestial dynasty. Lin Ling was the only successor, how could he not be qualified? Say, to become a new emperor, other than one's strength, courage, charisma, and the aura of a ruler are also important. However, I'm curious. If Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen are qualified, why am I not qualified? Lin Ling swept his gaze across the crowd and said again. His words were extremely domineering. Opening up a new world could protect his family, so how could he back down? These people questioned his prestige, so he would suppress them until they were speechless. Trash. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling actually treated Hong Tianxia and the other new emperors as trash. One had to know that in Xianping province, other than the experts from the seven emperors' heavens, who would dare to call them trash? Come out, guys from the myriad demons mountain. Lin Ling waved his right hand again, and the emerald pagoda shot out a ray of light as if it had opened an ancient door. A large number of demons rushed out, including the ox-headed demon god, the ice-fire-white rhinoceros, and the six-winged bat. Terrifying demonic aura wreaked havoc in the world, forming a vortex that shook everyone's hearts. This army of demonic beasts had the strength of a Saint Realm expert. In a one-on-one battle, they might not be a match for the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, but when they gathered together, no sect or dynasty in Xianping province could compare to them. Your Majesty! Countless demonic beasts roared in a majestic manner. The world instantly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat when he kept a low profile, no one dared to provoke him. However, when he was arrogant, even Xianping province would be shaken. In terms of fame, Lin Ling had conquered the world, and no one didn't know him. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was the first king of Eastern Mountain, and no one dared to challenge him. In terms of origin, Lin Ling was the only successor of star-picking nation, and his bloodline was even nobler than Zhang Luochen's. In terms of influence, he was even more terrifying. Lin Ling alone owned half of Xianping province. Was Lin Ling not qualified to start a new world? Lin Ling had previously said that he would set the world with warm wine, and now, he was living up to his words. Countless people responded to this sentence in their minds, and their faces were filled with shock, especially those from the powerful sections. They hesitated in their hearts. Lin Ling was so strong, and it didn't seem like a good move for them to support the other new emperors. As for the southern king, Hong Tianxia, and the others, their faces were even uglier, and they were so gloomy that water could drip from them. Southern king, Hong Tianxia, western king, Zhang Luochen, fight. Lin Ling stared coldly at the two new emperors, and the flames of war were burning in his eyes. Fight! All of Lin Ling's forces raised their arms and shouted at the top of their lungs. Their imposing manner tore apart the clouds in the sky. How arrogant! He directly challenged them to a battle. The heroes all around gasped. Others needed 3 months to become a new emperor, but Lin Ling only needed 1 day, and he crushed the dignity of the two new emperors in one day. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 1582. A Battle Invitation. With the two of us new emperors working together, we might be able to kill you. Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Ling Tianxia and made a bold decision. Of course, this decision was also extremely ironic because they had to work together to suppress the new emperor, Lin Ling Tianxia. Anyone with a discerning eye would know who ruled Xianping province. Huh, interesting. Lin Ling, I'll help you. Leave Hong Tianxia to me. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven, who had been silent all this time, laughed and spoke. The halberd shot into the sky and actually turned into 9 terrifying rays of light. The 9 spirits of heaven was one of the strongest among the disciples of the 7 emperors. If he were to suppress Lin Ling, it would be difficult for Zhang Luochen to win against Lin Ling. In addition, there was a huge force behind Lin Ling. It was hard to tell who would win in this battle. Lin Ling, how's the alliance? However, just when everyone thought that this battle would be astonishing, a light voice suddenly sounded. Many people looked over and found that the one who spoke was Prince Xiaoyao. Boom! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Where did Lin Ling get the courage to actually make Prince Xiaoyao take the initiative to form an alliance? Prince Xiaoyao, you're crazy. Hong Tianxia and Hong Tianxia were about to explode from anger. Even if the two of them joined forces, they still couldn't suppress Lin Ling. Now that Prince Xiaoyao had formed an alliance with Lin Ling, it was even more impossible for them to win. Alright, let's form an alliance. Lin Ling naturally agreed. Having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Moreover, even though Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't face several powerful existences. However, with the addition of Prince Xiaoyao's people, the situation had changed. That's great. Prince Xiaoyao smiled faintly as he stared at Hong Tianxia and Yi Shiwen. The two of them fell silent. They didn't expect that they would be bullied to the point that they couldn't even speak when they were supposed to be crowned as the new emperors. The surrounding crowd was also silent. A new world had opened, yet the result was like this. No one could guess what would happen. Do you want to fight? Lin Ling took a step forward, forcing Hong Tianxia and the other two. Lin Ling, if you really want to fight, the people here will be plunged into misery and suffering. So, if you want to dominate everything, you have to find another way. At this moment, a voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Prince Xiaoyao. Lin Ling understood what Prince Xiaoyao meant. If the battle continued, Prince Xiaoyao and Prince Xiaoyao would definitely lose. However, there would also be countless casualties on his side. This was a very normal thing. Any emperor that ascended to the throne would have corpses everywhere. However, Lin Ling wanted to become the new emperor. His goal was to protect his family. He didn't really want to unify Xianping province. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want to see his family and friends fight to the death. Do you dare fight? With that thought in mind, Lin Ling looked at Hong Tianxia and Hong Tianxia. Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen looked at each other and fell silent. If they really fought, they would definitely lose. Lin Ling had too many forces behind him, and his strength wasn't weak. I don't dare. Alright then, today's matter will end here. Xianping province's new world will open. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars will disappear from this day onwards. The 4 emperors will unify Xianping province. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the beautiful landscape and decided everything. The 4 emperors will unify Xianping province. Is this how the new world will look like? Many people began to discuss spiritedly. They suddenly discovered that although it was said that the 4 emperors had unified the great Xianping region, in reality, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 emperors. He was the one who ended the era and established the new world. Hong Tianxia and the other 2 naturally understood the situation. Their faces were ashen. They had become subordinates and had to listen to Lin Ling's decisions. Unfortunately, they were unwilling to accept this. But what could they do now? King of Divine Maps, King of Golden Armor, how about a battle? Lin Ling ignored Hong Tianxia and the other two and stared at the King of Divine Maps. These two were part of Hong Tianxia and the other two's forces. Hence, their pupils constricted. Was Lin Ling going to kill their subordinates in front of them? Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. I know what you want to say. Shut up for now. If you make me unhappy, we'll just fight. Let me tell you, they have an agreement with me. No one can stop this battle. Shut up. Hong Tianxia and the other two gritted their teeth. Lin Ling asked them to shut up. Indeed, he was treating them as subordinates. Emperor Hong Tianxia, Emperor Zhang Luochen, this is a personal grudge between us. This battle is unavoidable. At this moment, the King of Divine Maps and the King of Golden Armor walked out. Their faces were extremely cold. They knew that they had no choice but to fight. Lin Ling dominated everything. They had to fight even if they didn't want to. Moreover, it was time to settle the grudge between them and Lin Ling. Especially the King of Golden Armor. He stared at Lin Ling with disbelief in his heart. The first time he saw Lin Ling was still a subordinate of Venerable Si Kaming. During the hero token test, he looked down on Lin Ling like an emperor. He had hundreds of ways to kill Lin Ling. But today, Lin Ling had grown to the point where he had to fight if he wanted to. Don't look down on the young. The King of Golden Armor recalled this saying. Never underestimate the younger generation because the wheel of fortune would change. The younger generation could surpass them at any time. This battle is for Sister Ling Shan. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the King of Golden Armor. After going through so much, he could finally fight against the King of Golden Armor. Afterward, Lin Ling proudly smiled and took out the half-saint's essence. He drank all of it. The crazy spirit energy swept through his body and wreaked havoc. Both of you attack together. I want to use this battle to break through. Everyone heard this heroic voice. The two great hall masters of the unfettered 10 halls had actually become sparring partners. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted the two of them to attack together. One had to know that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked at the top of the unfettered 10 halls. However, he wasn't the strongest. Most importantly, he could fight against 2 hall masters at once. As expected of Master. Heaven Touch Great Sage laughed excitedly. The crowd was also stirred. They were full of anticipation. This battle was going to be very exciting. You overestimate yourself. Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen's faces were cold. Perhaps Lin Ling would die in the hands of the King of Golden Armor. This was the consequence of Lin Ling's arrogance. Everyone's attention was focused on this battle. This battle was also the opening battle for Lin Ling to become the new emperor. Lin Ling will definitely win. Venerable Si Kaming looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lin Ling had promised him 3 things. Now, he was about to complete the last one. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be true to his word. Even though he was already the #1 Eastern Emperor in Xianping Province, he still fought for him. Lin Ling, thank you. Ling Shan's beautiful eyes were moist. She didn't expect Lin Ling to fight for her. Moreover, it was a battle in front of everyone. This battle was also to seek justice for her. There was actually such a person in this world. Chapter 1583. Joining forces to fight Lin Ling. Lin Ling's talent isn't weak. Although it seems like he's only at the 10th level of the mystic realm, his defense is extremely powerful because of his physical body's talent. That's right, and his soul power can't be underestimated either. It's impossible to guard against it. Even without that sword, his fire martial Dao has the power of the origin. It's almost at the small success stage of the St. Mark martial arts. Above the sky, an oppressive aura spread out. The two former peerless geniuses, Golden Armor King and Divine Map King, were constantly evaluating Lin Ling's strength. Obviously, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Fortunately, the two of them were joining forces, so they had a chance to win this battle. They don't dare to make the first move. Many people looked at the serious Golden Armor King and Divine Map King, and immediately felt that it was unreal. Langia 10 Palace Hall, the place that the younger generation of Xianping province yearned for the most. To many, those peerless geniuses were undefeatable. They were the representatives of miracles, and only the disciples of the 7 emperors could compete with them. But now, the peerless geniuses they looked up to were discussing how to defeat Lin Ling. Moreover, they were very serious and dignified. Lin Ling is indeed powerful, someone said. The more serious the opponent was, the more it showed Lin Ling's strength. At this moment, the Golden Armor King and Divine Map King had reached an agreement. They both looked coldly at Lin Ling. The Golden Armor King said, "Dong Zun, Lin Ling has the king's qi, and is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, if you used your forces to eliminate us, it would be easy for you to do so. However, you insisted on a life and death battle. This is the biggest mistake in your life." Yes. His words were true. If Lin Ling died, then his forces would be leaderless. Countless people would be buried with him. The price was indeed great. If it was one-on-one, we would all be afraid of you. But if the two of you join forces, then the result is hard to say. Yes. The God Chart King also spoke. It seemed that after reaching an agreement, they were even more confident. Golden Armored King, you betrayed Sister Lingshan and failed to live up to Venerable Si Kongming's expectations. I don't understand why you still have the face to show up here. As for God Chart King, a single order from you in the past caused a calamity to befall my rainforest holy land. Today, a single order from me will make you stay here forever. You'll learn that when you control the lives of others, others stronger than you can also control your life. Lin Ling glanced at the two peerless geniuses and said calmly, "As for my choice, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, I won't regret it. I've never regretted any decision I've made in my life. Even if it's wrong, I'll still walk on with determination. There's no price I can't bear. You don't have to break my will to fight. If you want me to regret it, if you want me to pay the price, show me your strength. Show me your strength." His voice was like thunder, clearly landing in everyone's ears. Many people knew that Lin Ling had made up his mind. Even if he gave up his advantage, he was not afraid to fight. Then let's fight. The Golden Armor Emperor and the Shinto Emperor said coldly at the same time. They were fighting with their backs to the river, so they could only give it their all. Heaven and earth as the cauldron, mountains and rivers as the flame, spirit refinement. An ancient aura began to spread out. The heaven and earth turned into a cauldron, and the mountains and rivers began to surge. Spirit refinement method. This was the Shinto Emperor's strongest talent. Rumble. The heaven and earth changed drastically, and the mountains and rivers were like a painting. On the left, there was a rising mountain, and on the right, there were rivers, mountains, and seas. Lin Ling seemed to be trapped in the endless mountains and rivers. What a powerful origin force, turning mountains and rivers into a painting. Many people said with a serious expression. The Shinto Emperor was the strongest cultivator under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and from the looks of it, that was indeed the case. Almost at the same time, a golden light shone brightly, and an ancient giant golden armor insect appeared in the sky. This insect had no legs, and had an extremely stiff carapace. The most shocking thing was that there were countless strange eyes on the carapace. Staring at the golden armor insect gave people a feeling of being mesmerized. 18 heavenly saints of Disha, golden armor insect. Many people exclaimed. Was this the golden armor emperor's talent? Legend had it that this insect was a true heavenly insect, nobler than the demon god. It was one of the 18 heavenly saints. Woo, woo, woo. The golden armor insect let out a dull sound as if it had awakened. Those countless eyes emitted a magical power, circling continuously, and condensing into a golden origin light. Heavenly silkworm explosion. The golden armor emperor let out a dull sound, and that golden origin light shot out. Although the light was not very bright, its oppressive power was suffocating. Explosion, that's the origin force of explosion. The southern king, Hong Tianxia, said in surprise. He knew the golden armor insect's strengths and weaknesses. Its weaknesses were its speed and defense, but its strength was its attack power. It was like a heaven and earth bomb. The two carefree Ten Halls have teamed up. One is defending, trapping Lin Ling, and the other is attacking, the golden armor insect's heaven and earth bomb. It seems like they are very cautious about Lin Ling. Many people muttered to themselves. The Golden Armor Emperor and the Golden Armor Emperor were famous in Xianping province. In addition to their strength and talent, they also had extremely rich combat experience. Suddenly, many people felt that the Golden Armor Emperor and the Golden Armor Emperor could win. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the air, calmly looking into the distance. The space around him was constantly distorting. It was so natural, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Rumble. The surrounding rivers were like a painting, as if they had absorbed him into it. And in front of him, the golden origin force attacked with a terrifying aura. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand, and a wisp of flame bloomed. It did not even seem to be at the immortal physique level, but it carried a majestic pressure. The flame continued to soar, twisting, and gradually turning into an endless fire dragon king. As soon as this fire dragon king appeared, the entire world was illuminated. Small success stage of a Saint Rune martial art. Sensing that terrifying flame, many people's eyes narrowed. Heavenly Rune martial arts displayed great laws, while Saint Rune martial arts were the origin of martial arts. In Xianping province, there were very few martial artists who possessed the origin of martial arts. Even in the Seven Emperors' heavens, most of the disciples used Heavenly Rune martial arts. But Lin Ling had comprehended a Saint Rune martial art. This talent was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial art was at the small success stage. Small success stage and comprehending a Saint Rune martial art were two completely different concepts. As expected of the successor of star-picking nation. It was not difficult for many people to guess why Lin Ling was so monstrous. The reason should be the Purple Palace. The roaring fire dragon king coiled around Lin Ling, its mouth was wide open as if it wanted to burn the sky. Everyone else thought that this fire dragon king was just the origin force, and its innate talent was not strong. However, no one knew that there was a wisp of yellow spring flame hidden inside the fire dragon king. Unfortunately, that wisp of yellow spring flame was too small, and no one could detect it. But even if it was small, its power could not be underestimated. Boom! In the sky, the heaven and earth bomb spat out by the Golden Armor King collided with the Fire Dragon King. It was as if heaven and earth were about to explode. The crowd stared at the sky and finally discovered that the two terrifying attacks had actually exploded on each other. They were actually evenly matched. The Golden Armor King's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial art was even more powerful than before. Moreover, he could not understand why he did not gain the upper hand in that collision. He was also at the small success stage of a Saint Rune martial art, but his talent was higher than Lin Ling's. Refine. Chapter 1584. Is this all you've got? The Godchart King's attack came. It was the spiritual refinement method. His attack was well-timed. After Lin Ling blocked the Golden Armor King's attack, he controlled the mountains and rivers to drown Lin Ling. Rumble. Compared to the Golden Armor King's Heaven and Earth Bomb, the Godchart King's attack was more imposing. The mountains and rivers flowed like countless hands drowning Lin Ling. Moreover, a mysterious flame burned within the mountains and rivers, treating Lin Ling like an elixir to be refined. Pop! 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 The flame formed an elixir furnace, and Lin Ling disappeared within it. What a terrifying attack! Many people trembled with fear. Venerable Si Calming and the rest were extremely nervous. They didn't know if Lin Ling could win this battle. We're all clear about Lin Ling's methods during the Xian ranking. He's indeed an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. However, with 2 hall masters joining hands, he's dead for sure. Southern King Hong Tianxia and Zhang Luochen coldly said. They didn't expect to kill Lin Ling in one move, but at least they could seriously injure Lin Ling. At the same time, the Golden Armor King and Godchart King's expressions were solemn. They also hoped that Lin Ling would be injured. This way, their situation would be much better. Boom! At this moment, an ancient sovereign descended. It was as if he had broken through the mountains and rivers, rebuking the world and looking down at the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers exploded, and endless flames sprayed out. Everyone finally saw the legendary Great Emperor Zhai Xing. Although the ancient sovereign's figure wasn't complete, his limbs and body were extremely clear. This sovereign held an ancient sword in his hand, and with a slash, the mountains and rivers were severed. The spiritual refinement method could refine gods, but it couldn't refine an ancient sovereign. At this moment, Lin Ling was unstoppable. His physical strength has increased again. Many who were familiar with Lin Ling were shocked. They didn't know how much Lin Ling's physical strength had reached, but it was definitely an extremely terrifying limit. You have no chance. No matter how you attack me, it's all futile. From the moment I become the Eastern Sovereign, all of you can only look up at me, as lowly and timid as ants. Lin Ling stood in the middle of the shattered mountains and rivers, looking down on the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King. As for the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King, they were both stunned. Their combined attacks were powerful, but they were all broken by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was crushing them, and also telling them that in terms of attack and defense, they were still far inferior. Kill. Once again, the 2 of them unleashed their most powerful attacks. Mountains and rivers reassembled, and the heaven and earth bomb attacked once again. That's all you have. Lin Ling stepped forward step by step, as if he was the ruler of the world. His left hand was filled with flames, and the Fire Dragon King was roaring. The sword in his right hand cut through everything. Rumble. Any attack was destroyed by Lin Ling. Only a violent energy swept through the world, and shattered light bloomed in all directions. How arrogant. Many people stared at the scene. Lin Ling was also telling everyone why he could become the Eastern Sovereign. The Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King trembled. An irresistible thought rose in their hearts, especially the Golden Armor King. He was the most illusory. The once insignificant existence had now become an existence that could easily crush him. Impossible. The Golden Armor King let out a low voice. He was also a peerless genius of Shanpeng Province. After many years of bitter cultivation, he finally became an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. He considered himself a genius, and even the disciples of the 7 emperors were nothing in his eyes. But now, all of his pride and achievements were mercilessly crushed. At this moment, even his heart of martial arts was questioning itself. The Divine Atlas King was also feeling the same. Ever since he became one of the unfettered 10 halls, he had never been crushed. Even if there were enemies he couldn't defeat, they would only win by a narrow margin. But now, the 2 of them were being crushed even if they joined forces. This situation made him feel like he was dreaming. The era had ended, and a new world had opened. Not long ago, he was in high spirits and wanted to tell everyone below the stage that he, the Divine Atlas King, was about to rise. Unfortunately, that was only his own wishful thinking. Don't let him break your momentum. He's only strong on the outside. Remember your advantage. At this moment, Zhang Luochen let out a low shout. Boom! His voice was like thunder, waking the Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King up. Yes, they were almost intimidated by Lin Ling's momentum to the point of not daring to fight. Their advantage? It was because of their cultivation level. Lin Ling could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. However, this was only his current aura. Lin Ling's cultivation level was lower than theirs. This was a fact that could not be changed. Wear him down. The two of them roared at the same time, dodging Lin Ling's sharp edge, and continued to attack. Wear Lin Ling down. The crowd was aware of the Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King's thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh. It was one thing for the dignified Langya 10 Hall Masters to join forces, but now they didn't dare to fight force with force, and could only rely on shameless methods to win. Spiritual Refinement Method. Sky Silkworm Explosion. The Golden Armor King and the Divine Atlas King continued to attack. They knew that even if they won, they would lose face. But other than that, what else could they do? Boom! 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 Terrifying attacks continued to press down on Lin Ling, but all of them were broken by Lin Ling. The crowd stared at the proud Lin Ling, their hearts trembling. This was a true new emperor. No matter how despicable you are, no matter how crafty you are, I'm not afraid of you. My strength can crush everything. Most importantly, they realized that Lin Ling was only a third heaven saint. Violent explosions continued to resound. Gradually, many people realized that Lin Ling's momentum had indeed weakened. Obviously, to block the attacks of the two Hall Masters, Lin Ling had consumed a lot of energy. Good, there's a chance. The Golden Armor King's spirit was roused. Up until now, he had been under too much pressure, and his confidence had been suppressed. But now, he could see the light of victory. Kill! The Divine Atlas King also shouted. Lin Ling's weakness was obvious, his cultivation base was weak. Why isn't he attacking? He's only defending and not attacking. He's giving up his advantage. Many people were puzzled. Lin Ling was domineering, but this way of fighting was too disadvantageous. I've said it before, you have no chance. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was still calm. In his left hand, a mysterious gourd appeared. He raised his head and drank it. Suddenly, a terrifying thing happened. The dissipating spiritual energy and the exhausted energy were rapidly restored. In just 3 breaths, Lin Ling had returned to his peak state. You! Staring at Lin Ling, the Golden Armor King's eyes widened. Lin Ling had recovered? The smile on the Divine Atlas King's face froze, as if he had suffered the most terrible blow in the world. His face gradually turned pale. You have no chance. Both of them thought of this sentence. No wonder Lin Ling was so domineering. It turned out that Lin Ling had such a treasure. This made them feel that the light of victory had disappeared again. Lin Ling was toying with them. Kill! Both of them were furious. Lin Ling was destroying them from the bottom of their hearts, pushing them to the bottom of the valley. And how could they continue to fight? Lin Ling had a mysterious treasure that allowed him to recover in an instant. No matter how powerful their attacks were, it was useless. They would still be suppressed by Lin Ling. Chapter 1585. After breaking through, Lin Ling made his move. Golden Armor King, Divine Chart King, this is your last chance. If your momentum is weak, you will all die. But if you win, then you will rewrite the history of the great Xianping region and create the first miracle. You must remember that martial artists have always defied the heavens. There is nothing they cannot do. Hong Tianxia roared again. He knew that Lin Ling was crushing the two of them and destroying their pride. Golden Armor King and Divine Atlas King could not give up. Otherwise, they would have no chance. As a bystander, he knew everything. At the crucial moment, he reminded the two of them. Southern Prince Hong Tianxia's actions are despicable. Many people stared at Hong Tianxia with disdain. This was a battle between Lin Ling and Golden Armor King. Hong Tianxia's intervention was equivalent to participating in the battle, rewriting the history of Xianping province. At this moment, Golden Armor King and Divine Atlas King were trembling as they tried to boost their confidence. Unfortunately, from the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling had given them too much of a blow, causing them to doubt themselves. Each of Lin Ling's actions was humiliating them, suppressing them. This was the first time since becoming one of the unfettered 10 halls that they were in such a state of confusion. Kill. But soon, the two of them became hysterical. They still had hope. This time, they gave up on long-range attacks and chose to attack. Anyone could see that they were fighting with their lives on the line. The reason they attacked from afar was because they knew that Lin Ling's soul power was impossible to defend against. Therefore, they did not dare to approach Lin Ling. But now, they had no other choice. Golden Armor descends. The golden beetle behind Golden Armor King emitted a dazzling light, turning him into a golden armored giant. His aura was terrifying, extreme, and destructive. Mountain River Emperor. Divine Atlas King refined the mountains and rivers. Endless mountains and rivers condensed towards him, turning him into a giant. Moreover, the mysterious flames were still burning within the mountains and rivers. The two of them pounced towards Lin Ling. Between their steps, heaven and earth shook. Die. Their boiling blood and surging battle intent transformed them into incomparably huge palms that slammed towards Lin Ling from two directions. Rumble. At this moment, the wind and clouds swept across, and a storm erupted. In the distance, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In a battle between martial artists, what they feared the most was encountering someone who was willing to risk their life. This was because such a martial artist could erupt with 120% of their total combat strength. In a battle of a higher realm, it wasn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Lin Ling. The faces of Lady Shui Wu and the other experts turned solemn. The aura that Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King had unleashed was something that even they were afraid of. Boom! Lin Ling's figure flew backward like a cannonball, passing through dozens of mountains in the beautiful landscape. Effective. Seeing this scene, the Golden Armor King and the Divine Chart King became spirited. Their blood boiled even more. Although this attack couldn't kill Lin Ling, at least it suppressed Lin Ling's momentum. At least they could see the light of victory again. However, the next sentence was like a thunderbolt that struck them to the bottom of the valley. He finally broke through. Under the shattered mountain range in the distance, a cold voice drifted out. Then, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Flames bloomed, and the Dragon King roared. If the Fire Dragon King was the Fire Dragon King before, then the current Fire Dragon King was the Emperor of all kings. Fourth layer Saint Realm. The crowd sensed the terrifying aura. They seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. After all, Lin Ling's martial Tao of fire had greatly improved with the increase of his cultivation level. How was he going to fight? Could it be that in the previous battle, Lin Ling was trying to break through, so he didn't use his full strength? Someone suddenly thought of something and gasped. Sparring partner. Everyone recalled what Lin Ling had said at the beginning. Lin Ling wanted to use the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King as sparring partners. And now, they finally realized that it was true. How pitiful. In the short period of time when I broke through, I allowed you to attack me as you wished. However, the most effective attack was only able to send me flying. Yet, you guys were so complacent. Since when did the peerless geniuses of the unfettered 10 halls lose their will to fight? You guys are worse than trash. Under the sky, a figure slowly walked over. Endless flames surrounded him. It was a ghastly sight. And that voice was filled with sarcasm. They only sent Lin Ling flying, yet they were so complacent. How could the unfettered 10 halls not be sarcastic? You only sent me flying, so you guys think you can win? You guys are so proud. You think you've rewritten the history of Xianping province and become the first person to create a miracle? You guys are just comforting yourselves. The indifferent voice drifted out again. Lin Ling's eyes stared ahead. He finally made his move. Previously, he had consumed all of the half-saint's true liquid. In addition, he had continuously countered the attacks of the Golden Armor King and Golden Armor King. Finally, he had stepped into a new realm, and this realm allowed him to dominate everything. Boom! With a stomp on the ground, Lin Ling distorted the space and appeared in front of the Divine Atlas King at an extremely terrifying speed. A sword ruthlessly slashed down. Lin Ling! The Divine Atlas King roared. Lin Ling's words from before were like a silent slap to his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Now that he saw Lin Ling attacking him, he was even more furious. Rumble. Under the sword, the power of 11 universes erupted. The void exploded, and the mountains and rivers all collapsed, showing cracks. You think you can win? Lin Ling looked down from above, staring at the mountain and river giant beneath his feet. Then, he slashed out with his sword again. Rumble. The mountains and rivers cracked even more, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Didn't you want to create a miracle? Boom! All the mountains and rivers exploded, as if a layer of armor had been removed, revealing the body of the Divine Atlas King. At this moment, his face was ferocious, and he couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, the crowd was deathly silent. Lin Ling had finally made his move. However, the moment he made his move, it was like a thunderbolt that destroyed everything. Your spiritual refinement method has the power of flames. Unfortunately, the level of the flames is too low. Now, I'll help you increase the level of your talent. Lin Ling rushed towards the Divine Atlas King. He stretched out his left hand, and mysterious flames bloomed. At this moment, he seemed to be the Divine Atlas King's master, giving him pointers. Meanwhile, the Divine Atlas King's long hair scattered, and his eyes were red with madness. Bang! At this moment, a palm slapped the Divine Atlas King's back, making him feel an incomparably terrifying power of flames surging into his body. It actually increased the level of his talent. The power of flames obviously came from the spiritual refinement method, but at this moment, it was increasing his talent. What kind of flames did Lin Ling control? Why did he have such power? It was as if he could use the flames of heaven and earth for his own use. The Divine Atlas King was shocked, but soon, he panicked. That was because the power of flames surging into his body was too much, and it was beyond the range of his control. The surrounding crowd's expression changed. They could sense that the Divine Atlas King's talent had reached the Earth grade, and it was Lin Ling who helped him increase it. What was Lin Ling doing? Moreover, Lin Ling could increase the fire attribute talent of others. How did he do it? Enough! The Divine Atlas King roared. If this continued, he would definitely explode and die. The increase of one's talent was everyone's dream. However, if it exceeded the limits of one's control, it would be a ticking time bomb. I'm helping you. Are you done? Chapter 1586. I've tolerated you for a long time. Enough, I beg you, let me go. The God Chart King was terrified. Dying from an overload of talent was too horrifying. Beg me? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Although he couldn't fully control the inferno of the Yellow Springs, the inferno of the inferno was a primogenitor beneath the immortal rank flames. Not long ago, he was able to absorb the Fire Spirit Princess talent and use it for himself. Naturally, he could absorb the God Chart Monarch's attack and feed it back to him. In the past, my Rainforest Holy Land had no enmity with you. Yet, your senseless order led to the death of countless people. Those dead saint children, those dead friends, when did you ever let them go? Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. This was the reason why he wanted to kill the God-Chart King. Although the God-Chart King had fought with Lin Ling, it hadn't reached the point where he had to kill him. The real reason why Lin Ling wanted to kill him was because of the Rainforest Holy Land. Over at the Rainforest Holy Land, everyone was excited. Lin Ling was someone who would repay kindness and take revenge. During the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, all the murderers had been killed. Now, only the God-Chart King was left. Kill him. Many people shouted angrily. Because they were bored, they issued an order, but the result was countless people being buried with it. Today, the God-Chart King would pay the price for that order. God-Chart King, you probably didn't expect that your senseless order would lead to your death today. You probably thought that since the Rainforest Holy Land was such a weak place, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill them. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Unfortunately, you underestimated the fighting spirit of the weak. Even if you're a big shot of the mortal world, you still have to die for the enmity of your family. Boom! Following Lin Ling's voice, the God-Chart King's body expanded like a balloon before finally exploding. Terrifying flames sputtered in all directions like meteors. A peerless genius of the unfettered 10 halls had fallen. Moreover, his death was extremely ugly. He had been overloaded by his own talent. Within the endless flames, Lin Ling was like a flame sovereign. Step by step, he walked towards the Golden Armor King. As for the Golden Armor King, he stood there, his heart pounding like never before. In truth, when Lin Ling had attacked the God-Chart King, he could have helped. But for some reason, there was a voice in his heart that told him that he couldn't help. He could only watch as the God-Chart King died. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a feeling of powerlessness. Lin Ling. The Golden Armor King stared at the approaching man. He felt as if he had returned to a few years ago when he first saw Lin Ling. That insignificant youth was someone he could only look down on. But now, the youth was growing taller and taller. His figure was imposing, and he could withstand the wind and rain. He was like an emperor. He needed to look up. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, never underestimate the fighting spirit of the weak. At this moment, Golden Armor King knew what it meant. I'm killing you for Sister Lingshan. I don't think I need to explain any further. Lin Ling said as he walked, his voice calm. There's no need. When I betrayed Venerable Si Kaming and betrayed Lingshan, I only had 2 paths. One was to become stronger and stronger, and the other was to suffer retribution. Now, the second path has appeared before me. Golden Armor King smiled bitterly. His smile contained the desolation of a defeated king. He thought of the days of struggle in the past. At that time, he was like Lin Ling, working hard to reach the peak of Yunzi. However, his path was different from Lin Ling's. He chose to betray those who had helped him along the way, while Lin Ling chose to treat them as friends to repay their kindness. This was also the difference. Your appearance also shows that the choices in life are very important. One wrong step can lead to a complete loss. Golden Armor King muttered to himself. He had clearly taken the wrong path. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was determined to continue forward. Suddenly, he looked at Venerable Si Kaming and Lingshan. In fact, I'm the happiest when I'm with you. And Lingshan, I love you. The reason why I'm with the 9 Heavens Maiden is because she was stronger than me at that time. I want to use her, that's all. Golden Armor King smiled. It was as if he had spoken his mind before death. His body felt very relaxed. Why are you so hypocritical? You keep saying that you love Sister Lingshan, but the truth is that you only love yourself. Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out, startling Golden Armor King. Then, he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling's words were correct. He loved Lingshan, but he was still selfish in his heart. For his own future, he would betray her and sell her out. This love was tainted. This love was impure. I'll kill him. At this time, a crisp voice suddenly rang out, startling Lin Ling. He turned around and saw Sister Ling Shan walking towards him. Good. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Golden Armor King. She wants to kill you. You can try to resist. His words carried a heavy threat. What he meant was that if Ling Shan wanted to kill him, he could only let her kill him. If he did anything unfavorable to Ling Shan, Golden Armor King would regret it even more. Golden Armor King bitterly smiled. At this moment, he didn't refute Lin Ling. Perhaps he also knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had already reached the point where he could dominate everything. In fact, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling had hidden his Soul Force trump card. As long as Golden Armor King had any evil intentions, he would kill him in one strike. And Ling Shan killing Golden Armor King was also the most suitable choice. Ling Shan had carried too many burdens these past few years. Only Ling Shan knew that kind of torment. I won't resist. Perhaps dying in her hands isn't a bad ending. If I can resolve the resentment in her heart, my death will be worth it. Golden Armor King sat down and quietly watched Ling Shan walk over. It was as if he wanted to engrave Ling Shan in his heart. The kind girl of the past had done everything for him. So today, he would repay her. Ling Shan didn't say anything. She arrived in front of Golden Armor King and indifferently glanced at him. A treasured sword appeared in her hand. She didn't say anything. Without any hesitation, she slashed out. Clang! A sword mark appeared on Golden Armor King's neck. His eyes widened. Before he died, he actually wanted to hear Ling Shan speak to him. I've tolerated you for a long time. Ling Shan finally spoke. However, there was no forgiveness. There was only relief for Golden Armor King and Ling Shan. They no longer had any feelings for each other. Ling Shan didn't care about regretting before death. Ling Shan only wanted to take back everything she had lost. It was her dignity. I've tolerated you for a long time. Golden Armor King bitterly smiled. In the end, he closed his eyes. An image appeared in his mind. In the past, he was only an ordinary genius. However, he obtained the heart of a young girl. The young girl did everything for him. However, after meeting the even more beautiful mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, he changed his mind. This image was frozen in his life. Lin Ling, thank you. Ling Shan looked at Lin Ling and bowed deeply. When she lowered her head, the usually quiet and gentle girl finally had tears in her eyes. Those weren't tears of reluctance. Instead, they were tears of relief and washing away the shame. Chapter 1587. Opening a New World, the First East Venerable. No need. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. It was as if he was incomparably proud and happy to be able to help Ling Shan. Thank you, Lin Ling. In the distance, Venerable Si Kaming's eyes were also moist. He had finally gotten his revenge. He had never thought that he would be able to take revenge in this lifetime. He had always thought that it was just wishful thinking. He was the great Thunder Sword Saint, Lu Leiyin. In the past, he was once the opponent of the Golden Armor King. After his defeat, he was humiliated to the point that he no longer had the strength to fight. Later on, he met Lin Ling. He fought with Lin Ling and was luckily defeated by Lin Ling. At that time, he said that he would definitely come when Lin Ling challenged the Golden Armor King. He wanted to personally witness Lin Ling's great victory. And now, he saw it. The young man who was inferior to him in the past had done it today. Using the sword that had defeated him, he had defeated the greatest opponent in his life. At this moment, the splendid world was silent. Lin Ling had defeated 2 lords from the carefree 10 halls. This meant that his strength could be considered as one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. This title of Eastern Sovereign was well deserved. What terrifying strength! Hong Tianxia and the other new emperors had ugly expressions on their faces. They had not expected Lin Ling to win. Moreover, it was not an ordinary victory, but a crushing victory. At this moment, they didn't have enough confidence to fight Lin Ling. This kid must be killed. Otherwise, in the future, our Hong residents will have no place to stand. Behind Hong Tianxia, a man said coldly. It was Hong Wang. However, he did not dare to make a move because there were too many experts on Lin Ling's side. Dong Zun, Dong Zun. After a moment of silence, the cheers continued to rise. The opening of a new world in the name of Lin Ling. I'll join Dong Zun. Ayunga, I will serve Lin Ling as my master. Many experts began to submit to Lin Ling and join Lin Ling's camp, because everyone could see that although there were 4 emperors in the new world, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 emperors. Alright, let's end the universal grand ceremony. At this moment, the clouds in the sky parted, and an old man in a Taoist robe appeared. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and his aura had returned to its natural state. He looked at the crowd and smiled. No one had seen such a person before, but with that unfathomable aura, no one dared to underestimate him. I came from the celestial world to be in charge of your cosmos grand ceremony. Although many people died this time, the world will have a short period of peace after the ceremony. The Taoist-robed old man said again. The world that was united for a long time must be divided, and divided for a long time must be united. This was one of the laws of heaven and earth. Any change of dynasty was inevitable, but with the rise of a new emperor, the world would have a new order and a short period of peace. This was a law in the history of the mortal world, the rise and fall of dynasties. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he agreed with the mysterious old man's view. In his world, the change of dynasties was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. The Tang dynasty, the Song dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and finally the Qing dynasty. Each time there was a change of dynasty, there would be countless casualties, but then there would be 100 years of peace until the rise of a new dynasty. Both worlds were the same, but after the change of dynasty, the order would be different from before, and the world would have a short period of peace. This was the key point. What is the celestial world? Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this time, the voice of the 9 spirits of heaven came. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world has accumulated the 3 great myths, as well as the experts above the 3-star saint realm in Xianping province. The Xianyuan Palace, the most hidden and the most powerful forces in Xianhuang Daiyu, is also among them. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The mortal world was indeed huge. No wonder he had rarely heard of anything above the 3-star saint realm in Xianping province. It turned out that those powerful existences were in the celestial world. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world, the celestial world, seemed to be a sacred place. Lin Ling, I'll leave Xianping province to you. I hope you won't make too much of a mess here. The mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He obviously knew Lin Ling. Yes, senior. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said. After you're done here, return to the 7 emperors of heaven as soon as possible. You must know that your future is not limited to Xianping province, but the entire mortal world. Don't let the glory in front of you affect your goal. The mysterious old man said again. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He naturally understood this point. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to face the top giants of the mortal world. Xianping province was no longer his stage. The world has been decided. Everyone, don't forget that our real enemies come from other places and are not on our side. The mysterious old man's gaze swept across the crowd. After leaving these words, he disappeared. Everyone was silent. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying figure. The Southern Emperor, Hong Tianxia, and the others had ugly expressions. The mysterious old man had obviously come on behalf of the highest deacon palace of the mortal world, but he didn't speak to them. Instead, he spoke to Lin Ling as if Xianping province already belonged to Lin Ling. Where was their emperor's prestige? Lin Ling, see you in the heavenly realm. At this time, Prince Xiaoyao looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although he wasn't a disciple of the 7 emperors of heaven, he was still mysterious. The world he came from seemed to be one that Lin Ling had never come into contact with. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't underestimate the other party. The other party came from another world like him. Naturally, he was hiding some secrets. In addition to him, there was another person who had left a deep impression on Lin Ling. It was the blue-robed young man named Gan Liangping during the Xian ranking challenge. This person also had many secrets, as if he didn't come from this world. From now on, the east of Xianping province belongs to me, Lin Ling. If any one of you comes close, I'll kill them without mercy. Then, Lin Ling looked at Hong Tianxia and Prince Xiaoyao indifferently and said, "Yes, but the west of Xianping province belongs to me. You can't come close, otherwise." Zhang Luochen immediately replied, "If I want to go, I'll go. What can you do?" Lin Ling interrupted the other party directly. Zhang Luochen's eyes narrowed. They weren't allowed to go to Lin Ling's territory, but Lin Ling could enter and leave their territory at any time. Was he looking down on them? You! Hong Tianxia also gritted his teeth. However, when he saw the powerful forces behind Lin Ling, he swallowed his anger. He's indeed the #1 new emperor. He's so domineering. Many people looked at the domineering Lin Ling and then looked at Hong Tianxia and the others. Suddenly, they felt the difference between heaven and earth. Hong Tianxia and Prince Xiaoyao didn't have the aura of a king. They were more like anxious clowns. "Let's go." Lin Ling took a big step and left with his people. Hong Tianxia and the others were left behind, trembling in anger. Today wasn't their stage, but Lin Ling's stage. A new world was opened by Lin Ling. Go to the 7 emperors' world. If there's a chance, kill Lin Ling. Hong Tianxia said to Hong Tianxia. They weren't Lin Ling's match in terms of forces. They could only rely on a one-on-one battle. However, the chances were slim because Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. "Greetings, Dong Zun." Lord Dong Zun. At this moment, on the way out, a large number of experts cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling as if they were meeting the emperor. "Greetings, Lord Dong Zun." Even Lord Shuiwu and Lord Pu bowed respectfully. The 2 pillars and 8 pillars were all led by Lin Ling. Chapter 1588. A brief moment of silence. The only ones who didn't bow were Lin Ling's family members. Yes. Elder Tai Yan, Mo Nianchen, and the others were a little agitated. Once upon a time, their rainforest sacred land was the most insignificant in the Xianpeng Great Region. But now, everyone was bowing down to Lin Ling. It was like a dream, especially when they thought about how the young man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had become a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom step by step. Then, they thought about how the man today had become the #1 legend in the Xianpeng Great Region. These guys. At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wasn't used to such a scene. One had to know that he acted forcefully not to unify Xianping province, but for his family. "Everyone, rise." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Everyone stood up and looked at Lin Ling respectfully. Lin Ling glanced at Supremacy Ocean Calming and the others and found that they were also looking at him with respect. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he led everyone forward again. "I'm not interested in the position of East Supremacy. If anything happens in Xianping province, you can look for my wife, Qin Xiaolan, Yu Manyun, and the others. Of course, if enemies invade, they will be killed no matter how far away they are." Yes. Everyone heard this sentence. Although it was calm, it carried an irresistible majesty. Yes. Yes. Everyone was excited. This was their new emperor. He was incomparably domineering. Only such a powerful banner could protect their safety. After Lin Ling became the East supremacy, Xianping province had a short period of peace. In the various saint regions, Lin Ling had become a legend in many people's hearts. He was the goal of the younger generation. In restaurants, inns, and markets, the topic of discussion was mostly Lin Ling. Compared to the mysterious seven emperors, Lin Ling was much more approachable. His deeds were known by everyone, and there was no one who did not know him. During this period of time, even though Xianping Grand Region was peaceful, Xianyuan Continent and Xianhuang Continent were in turmoil, and it wasn't peaceful at all. In the Ghost Region and Demon Region, powerful demon gods entered the mortal world and stirred up a storm. Many people felt that the mortal world seemed to be in turmoil. Was history going to repeat itself? Were the giants of the mortal world going to fall again? Many people thought of the Xianping Great Region's four great ancient nations. At that time, the four great ancient nations were also prosperous and powerful, but they still fell. Lin Ling knew nothing about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to be a savior. What he cared about were his family and friends. In October, heavy snow fell, and the world was white. In a small courtyard in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling stood there quietly. He wore a blue robe and his long hair was tied up. He appeared otherworldly and indifferent, and on his handsome face, there was a sense of depth and calmness. He had experienced many ups and downs and was able to remain calm in the face of anything. White snow fell from the sky, making the small courtyard extremely beautiful. Under the locust tree, Xiao Yun and the second dream stood there with smiles, looking at Lin Ling calmly. They obviously knew that Lin Ling had become the East supremacy. Xiao Yun wasn't surprised, but the second dream knew how difficult it was to become the East supremacy. Therefore, she was still surprised by Lin Ling's pioneering work. Sometimes, she sighed. It seemed that Lin Ling's enemies didn't have a good ending. They either died or lost. Big brother Lin Ling's cultivation is strange. He just stands there and it's different from what I believe, Xiao Yun said with a smile. And, when one reaches a higher realm in the martial Tao, they no longer pursue the changes in their moves. Instead, they pursue the state of mind and pursue the principles of heaven and earth. The second dream explained. She didn't know much about this, but she still had a rough idea. So big brother Lin Ling is comprehending. Xiao Yun nodded. Fourth Heaven Saint Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling closed his eyes slightly, feeling the changes brought about by the breakthrough in his cultivation. In his dantian, the Saint Sea was even more vast and majestic. Vaguely, it formed its own principles of heaven and earth. It was as if the Saint Sea was heaven and earth. With my current strength, I don't need to fear intermediate Saint Realm cultivators. I can even fight advanced Saint Realm cultivators. The intermediate Saint Realm was divided into 4 to 6 realms, while the advanced Saint Realm was divided into 7 to 9 realms. Lin Ling was currently in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm, but he was strong enough to fight those with higher realms. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. In terms of his physical body, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the 6th stage of the God-Fiend Overlord physique. This was all thanks to him becoming the East Hall Master. After becoming the East Hall Master, he had obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Xianping region. Above qi, he was in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. Moreover, he hid the Yellow Springs flame. Although Lin Ling still couldn't use it, the pressure of a divine grade flame couldn't be underestimated. If he encountered a fire attribute cultivator, not only would Lin Ling not fear them, he could even borrow their flames for his own use. When he helped the Divine Chart King improve his talent, Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect a divine grade flame to have such power. Of course, the Yellow Springs flame's true power wasn't limited to this. It was just that Lin Ling couldn't use it yet. As for above divine grade, that was Lin Ling's strongest domain. His soul force had reached the 130th level. Among the experts that Lin Ling had come into contact with, no one could surpass him in the domain of soul force. Of course, this was also related to his vision. If he encountered a big shot in the mortal realm, perhaps there would be someone stronger than him. Cultivating my physical body is a top priority. It's a pity that ordinary treasures can't increase the strength of my physical body. Lin Ling was very clear that the Yellow Springs flame could only be used and his fiend god Overlord body was upgraded. Therefore, the cultivation of his physical body was the most important. Break. Following that, Lin Ling pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and gently slashed at the void. The void collapsed, cracked, and then merged back together. Lin Ling's two great Saint Rune martial arts, the void and the flame, had both reached the minor completion stage. They were extremely powerful. Ka. At this time, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The ancient sword with the flame imprint was cracking more and more. One had to know that in the chaotic demon sea, Lin Ling had fought crazily and the ancient sword could not bear the burden. Coupled with the battle with the Golden Armor King, the sword was covered in scars. Wang. At this time, the Tyrant Song sword transmitted a thought to Lin Ling, as if telling him that it could still fight. The sword was like a person, and the person was like a sword. They both had an inextinguishable fighting spirit and the flames of war. You've already fought with me for tens of thousands of years. It's time to rest. I'll let you level up. Lin Ling muttered to himself. When he was weak, the Tyrant Song sword had helped him a lot. Now that his strength had increased greatly, the power he controlled exceeded the range that the Tyrant Song sword could withstand. Therefore, if he used the Tyrant Song sword again, the sword would break. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't let that happen. He planned to upgrade the Tyrant Song sword to a divine weapon when he had the chance. The snow was still falling. When it landed on Lin Ling's body, it quietly melted and emitted a dense light. Lin Ling raised his head. The sky was gray and heavy snow was falling. This made Lin Ling wonder if the snow here was the same as the snow he had seen in his previous life. Big brother. Ling. Chapter 1589. Lin Ling, Sunyaman Yun, Qin Xiaolan, Mu Mu, and the other women were amongst them as well. They wore white beast skin coats and small boots of various colors, causing them to seem beautiful and moving. Moreover, they carried a wisp of a graceful and luxurious aura, causing them to seem like fairies in the snow. After they entered the small courtyard, they immediately went under the locust tree and chatted with the second dream. Not long ago, Lin Ling also told them about the Fire Spirit Princess, so everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen between the second dream and the Fire Spirit Princess when Lin Ling brought her back. Big brother. Little Flame looked at Lin Ling and said. During this period of time, Lin Ling and Lady Shui Wu had been fighting all over the place. They were extremely famous in Xianping province. Everyone knew that there was a general under Lin Ling who could transform into a giant ape and fight 100 alone. Little Flame, you are becoming more and more powerful. Lin Ling patted Little Flame's shoulder. He could tell that Little Flame's strength had also increased by quite a bit. Hee, everyone is here. This kind of reunion is very rare. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at these juniors with gratification, his heart filled with satisfaction. After that, everyone started chatting happily. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. However, everyone knew that after the Universal Grand Ceremony, the reason why everyone was able to reunite like a family was because of their pillar of support, Lin Ling. If it weren't for Lin Ling, who knew how many of them would have died here, let alone reunite. Ling, you're not young anymore. It's time to give birth to a chubby baby. Mo Nianchen said unhappily. The surrounding people who were talking were all stunned. Little Flame and the others immediately laughed out loud. We know that you've been fighting, but you still have to do what you have to do. Don't make us wait in vain. We're looking forward to having grandchildren." Elder Taiyan smiled as well. He glanced at the area under the locust tree and nodded in satisfaction. He had quite a few granddaughters-in-law, and all of them were devastatingly beautiful. This was something that many men dreamed of. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He wanted to rest, but unfortunately, he still had a lot of things to do. The battle had not stopped at all. "By the way, I saw Yu and the others." Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and immediately laughed. The courtyard quieted down. Everyone knew what Yu represented. She was the first woman to accompany Lin Ling. She was of great significance to everyone. Lin Ling also told him about his encounter in Xianhuang Dayu. Yu was taken away by the human realm's great leader? But from what you've said, that mysterious person didn't harm Yu. Instead, he treated Yu as one of his own. That's too much. Although that mysterious expert treated Yu well, he should have respected Yu's choice. Lin Ling is the Eastern sovereign. He relied on his own efforts to grow. What right do they have to look down on Lin Ling? Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone was unwilling to accept it. "By the way, you saw Yu and Inuer. They were holding hands with a child, right?" Mo Nianchen suddenly asked. "Yes, a cute little boy." Lin Ling nodded. Mo Nianchen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed excitedly. Yu and the others were holding hands, and they looked very close. Could it be? Perhaps, that little boy is your son. Elder Taiyan also became excited, which surprised Lin Ling. His son? Suddenly, he remembered that his first time in the sacred rainforest was with Yu. So, it was very possible. I have a son. Lin Ling couldn't help but become excited. Was that cute little boy the product of his and Yu's love? Lin Ling couldn't help but feel that it was a dream, but it also felt very real. That feeling was indescribable. It must be. Elder Taiyan and Mo Nianchen both smiled, and felt even more gratified. Then I will definitely bring them back. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a fiery light. His wife, his son, no one could take them away, not even the giants of the mortal world. If they are related to the giants of the mortal world on the Yungu immortal platform, then when you step into the earthly immortal realm, you may be able to see them. However, you are still a little weak now. At this time, a calm voice rang out in the small courtyard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the 9 spirits of heaven. They didn't expect that he would also come. Earthly immortal realm, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world. Lin Ling's face was filled with battle intent, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So be it, what was there to be afraid of? At present, although his strength wasn't the strongest, he had potential, and he was confident. This time, I came because the 7 Emperors Heaven has ordered all disciples to return, and Xian Di will teach them the Tao. The 9 spirits of heaven walked into the small courtyard and stated their purpose. Alright, it's time to go to the 7 Emperors Heaven. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources, so he had to go to the 7 Emperors Heaven. After all, the ordinary treasures in Xianpeng province couldn't satisfy him at all. Then, Lin Ling said goodbye to Elder Taiyan and the others, and immediately left with the 9 spirits of heaven. Your cultivation has stabilized. The two flew across the sky, and along the way, the 9 spirits of heaven smiled at Lin Ling, a mysterious disciple of the 7 Emperors Heaven. His cultivation speed was too fast, and he had a lot of trump cards. He was the peerless genius in the 7 Emperors Heaven that he couldn't see through. Moreover, although Lin Ling had obtained the Purple Palace, he had a feeling that Lin Ling's strength wasn't because of the Purple Palace. Your strength has also improved. Lin Ling returned a smile. The 9 spirits of heaven were obviously different when they met again. As expected of a peerless genius in the human world. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to improve in the Saint realm. It was obvious from Lord Shui Wu and the others. Their strength improved slowly after many years of cultivation, but such a thing wouldn't happen to a peerless genius. Oh, I was bored during this period, so I challenged the 7 Emperors Heaven and became the first king of the North Mountain. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled faintly. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew that among the 4 mountains, the East Mountain was the weakest, and the other mountains couldn't be underestimated. However, in such a short period of time, the 9 spirits of heaven had become the first king of the North Mountain. This short guy was indeed powerful. Then with your current strength, you should be able to fight against the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, right? Lin Ling asked curiously. More or less. The 9 spirits of heaven said. He looked at Lin Ling and said, if you use your full strength, you can do it too. From what I know, you kill the 4 pillars and 8 pillars in Xianhuang Daiyu. Although I'm guessing that you relied on external objects, you shouldn't be too far away from that height. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and declined to comment. It was true that if he used all his trump cards, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fight against the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Meanwhile, at the 7 Emperors Heaven's side, the mountains were like a paradise. Many disciples of the 7 Emperors Heaven had gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chatting happily. As the top peerless geniuses of Xianping Province, they more or less had a sense of pride in their hearts. Hong Tian Tian of the South Mountain is here. He's now the first king of the South Mountain. His strength is indeed impressive, but I heard that he lost to Lin Ling in the Heaven-Earth ceremony of Xianping Province. So what? The Heaven-Earth ceremony is a competition of the Emperor Qi. It doesn't mean Hong Tian Tian is weaker than Lin Ling. Chapter 1590. The gathering of the 4 mountains, the disciples of the East Mountain are here. Suddenly, a powerful disciple said with a smile. The crowd looked over and saw 100 disciples of the East Mountain, including the 4 venoms of the East Mountain and the former first king of the East Mountain, the Devil Bone King. I've long heard that the East Mountain has more females than males. It seems like it's true. Are the men of the East Mountain all cowards? How embarrassing for a woman to be above their heads. At that moment, someone said sarcastically. His voice was not loud, but everyone present was a peerless genius. How could they not hear him? Many of them burst out laughing. Mind your words, this is the 7 Emperors' world. In the East Mountain, someone faintly replied. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Devil Bone King. Apart from him, the other disciples of the East Mountain also had cold expressions. It was normal for the female disciples, but the male disciples couldn't swallow their anger. Did I say anything wrong? The East Mountain has always been the weakest among the 4 mountains. The only famous ones are the 4 venoms of the East Mountain. This means that the men of the East Mountain have no desire to improve themselves and have no will to fight. They can only be trash that grovel at the feet of women. The person who spoke first added, and you, Devil Bone King, you used to be so glorious, but you lost to the newcomer Lin Ling. If I were you, I would wear a mask, because I'm too ashamed to face anyone. You. The Devil Bone King's face turned cold. What a foul mouth. Although I lost in the past, it's not something you can say. The Devil Bone King used to be the first king of the East Mountain. Although he lost to Lin Ling, his will to fight did not fade away. Furthermore, his strength had greatly increased after a period of hard work. He believed that he would definitely defeat Lin Ling if he met him again. Therefore, how could he be humiliated by an ordinary disciple? Then what do you want? The disciple who spoke said calmly. He was unscrupulous. I told you to shut up. The Devil Bone King stomped on the ground. Black demonic bones appeared, dazzling as he threw a huge fist at the disciple. Rumble. The punch was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The disciples of the surrounding mountains squinted their eyes. They could vaguely see that the Devil Bone King's strength had greatly increased compared to the last time he lost to Lin Ling. His Saint Rune's martial arts had almost reached minor success. Get lost. However, at this time, the two silver flood dragons appeared. As if they were reversing the heavens and earth, they formed a yin and yang diagram that collided with the black demon bone fist. Pop! Pop! The two forces collided. In the next moment, the demonic Bone King's body flew back and crashed into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. The initial success of the Holy Mark martial arts. Many disciples were astounded. Currently, there were not many peerless geniuses among the disciples of the 7 emperors who had achieved the minor success stage of the Sacred Runes martial arts. It's West Mountain's #1 Minister Wang Yu. The crowd looked around and felt that everything was normal. Because the one who attacked was that guy. Although the demonic Bone King used to be the #1 king of East Mountain was the weakest among the 4 mountains. In addition, he faced the #1 king of West Mountain, so it was normal for him to lose. You won't even tell me the truth? Devil Bone King, you are too overbearing. Under countless gazes, a young man in blue clothes said indifferently. This person had black and white hair and was extremely cold. He stretched out one hand while the other hand was behind his back. He looked indescribably free and easy. I only went to the demon area with the Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor of Xianhuang Daiyu and some other experts. Now that I have returned, the 7 emperors' world has changed so much. The young man said again. He looked at Hong Tianxia and said, the #1 king of South Mountain is now Hong Tianxia. I heard that the #1 king of North Mountain is now the 9 spirits of heaven, and the #1 king of East Mountain is now Lin Ling. The 7 emperors' world has changed a lot. His words were filled with pride, as if he was commenting on the crowd like a senior brother. In the distance, Hong Tianxia did not say anything after hearing the young man's words. He stood there quietly. Obviously, he did not dare to underestimate Minister Yu, because this guy was the only expert among the 4 mountains who was acknowledged by the 3 great myths. He was the only one who was qualified to train with the heavenly emperors of the other 2 great myths. I haven't lost yet. At that moment, a furious roar was heard. A huge demonic Bone King appeared. The venerable Bone King had arrived. Rumble. Endless demonic chi wreaked havoc, turning into a black palm that slammed heavily at Minister Yu. The origin force was vast and mighty. Clearly, the demonic Bone King was not convinced and attacked again. Demon Bone Emperor, I've long heard that you're an imperious person. From what I've seen today, you're indeed living up to your reputation. You won't even tell us the truth. I wonder who gave you the guts to do so. You should know that everyone here is a peerless genius. It's not your place to be smug. Seeing the demonic palm coming, Minister Yu's aura surged. The silver-white twin flood dragons appeared. He drew a big circle with his hands and then slammed his palm heavily. Ka ka ka. The sound of bones shattering instantly rang out, chilling the hearts of those who heard it. In the air, the twin silver dragons were gnawing at the huge bones, causing cracks to appear on the bones. Obviously, Minister Yu's strength was slightly stronger when it came to St. Mark martial arts. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver light flickered. In the air, Minister Yu appeared in front of the demonic Bone King and slammed his palm lightly. Ka 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 sounds were heard. The demonic Bone King was unable to withstand the attack. His sternum was also shattered. He spurted out blood and crashed into the ground. He had suffered a crushing defeat. The 4 venoms of East Mountain, Lai Qin, and the others' faces turned ugly. Although they did not like the demonic Bone King, that Minister Yu disgusted them even more. Not only did he provoke their disciples in public, but after they refuted him, Minister Yu even said that the demonic Bone King was imperious and did not even tell the truth. In that case, he, Minister Yu, could humiliate anyone he wanted. His opponent could not resist. Once he resisted, he would be regarded as imperious. He would not allow Minister Yu to tell the truth. Since you're so powerful, why don't you have a fight with our East Mountain First King? You only know how to bully ordinary disciples with your identity as the West Mountain First King. Among the 4 venoms of East Mountain, he said coldly, also, it's just a spar. Why do you have to be so ruthless and break his sternum? Ha ha ha, you East Mountain disciples are all hypocrites. You don't allow us to tell the truth. When you lose, you become angry out of shame. As for being ruthless, everyone should know that it was the demonic Bone King who attacked first. Also, he doesn't know himself. Teaching him a lesson is good for his martial arts journey. Minister Yu said indifferently, looking at all the disciples of East Mountain. Yes, although the demonic Bone King is a peerless genius, it does not mean that he is invincible. Now that he has suffered, he will be smarter in the future. The disciples of West Mountain also cheered. The disciples of East Mountain were so angry that their faces turned ashen. The 4 venoms of East Mountain also gritted their teeth. He said again, you are just bullying the weak. If you have the ability, then face our East Mountain First King, Lin Ling. As soon as she said that, the voices of the surrounding disciples were like waves. Some said that Minister Yu was more powerful, while others said that Lin Ling was inferior. Hong Tianxia's face turned ugly. Everyone seemed to have ignored him, the South Mountain First King. Chapter 1591. Name of Senior Brother, East Mountain's First King, Junior Brother Lin Ling. I've heard of your name, but I've never seen you before. Don't tell me you're too scared to come. Minister Yu smiled, but his expression remained calm. West Mountain's First King, Senior Brother Minister Yu. I've heard that you once went out to train with the heavenly emperors of the mortal world. You're valued by them. Now that I've seen you in person, your strength is indeed better than your reputation. At this moment, a smile was heard. Under countless gazes, 2 figures walked down from the sky. It was Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. The 9 spirits of heaven, North Mountain's First King, and Lin Ling, East Mountain's First King. Both of them were the most famous peerless geniuses of the 7 emperors. No one dared to underestimate their appearance. He's here. On the ground, the Devil Bone King frowned as he stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but also anticipation. He lost to Lin Ling in the past and wanted to wash away the humiliation. However, today, he realized that his strength was still not enough. Now that Lin Ling was here, would he and Minister Yu fight? Lin Ling descended from the sky. Previously, through the 9 spirits of heaven's introduction, he knew who Minister Yu was. So your junior brother Lin Ling. Not bad, not bad. You look very young. To be able to defeat the Devil Bone King at such a young age, your future should be very bright. Minister Yu looked down at Lin Ling with a smile. His words seemed polite, but in fact, he was stepping on Lin Ling as if he was a senior brother teaching Lin Ling. This West Mountain's First King, does he really think he's the king of the 4 mountains? Among the East Mountain disciples, the 4 poisons of East Mountain angrily said. The other party was an overbearing person, but there was a knife hidden in his smile. He was extremely sinister. However, she believed that Lin Ling would definitely not lose face for East Mountain. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what everyone was thinking. He bowed and said with a smile, for Senior Brother Yu to be able to go out and train with a titled Celestial Emperor powerhouse, you will definitely be one of the big shots of the human realm in the future. Junior Brother admires you. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's hearts exploded. They did not expect that Lin Ling would actually submit to the provocation of the First King of West Mountain. He even politely addressed the other party as Senior Brother, as if he knew that the other party was stepping on him. The First King of Eastern Mountain, Lin Ling, is indeed a smart man. The West Mountain disciples were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They felt extremely relieved. Even Hong Tianxia sneered. Lin Ling might look impressive on the surface, but in reality, he was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing an expert, he still had to bow respectfully. As for the East Mountain disciples, their expressions were ugly. How could Lin Ling be such a coward? Don't worry, Lin Ling is not that kind of person without backbone. Among the East Mountain disciples, Lai Qing suddenly laughed. She was familiar with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's arrogance reached the clouds. How could he lower his noble head? This was the first time that Minister Yu met Lin Ling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so tactful and flatter him in public. He suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. He heard that Lin Ling was a titled celestial emperor and was one of the most monstrous geniuses under the 7 emperors' heavens. Now that Lin Ling was flattering him, it meant that he was nobler and more powerful than Lin Ling. Junior brother Lin Ling, you are much smarter than the Devil Bone King. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You calling me senior brother is actually a very normal thing. Unlike the Devil Bone King who was all brawn and no brains, he lost face in the end. Minister Yu said with a faint smile. Seniors are respected. Senior brother Yu has been cultivating under the 7 emperors' heavens for a long time and is in the same company as the geniuses of the mortal world. It is normal to call you senior brother. However, if a junior who has cultivated for a short time also wants to be a senior brother, I wonder what should be done? Lin Ling said with a smile. In this world, strength is respected. If a junior wants to be a senior brother, it naturally depends on strength. Minister Yu was still smiling, but then his expression changed. He realized the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. Could it be that junior brother Lin Ling also wants to be a senior brother? Who doesn't want to be a senior brother? Although I, Lin Ling, am a newcomer, the path of martial arts has always been to move forward courageously. I want to surpass the older generation, so I want to be a senior brother. Lin Ling's aura changed quietly. In the beginning, he was polite, but now he was showing off his ability. Sure, strength is respected. If you can win against me, I don't mind calling you senior brother. Minister Yu sneered. Lin Ling also wanted to be a senior brother. It was a good opportunity for him to see him clearly and willingly call him senior brother forever. If senior brother Yu can win, then from today onwards, you will be Lin Ling's senior brother. When I see senior brother Yu, I will kowtow and greet you. Lin Ling's lips curled up, and his strength became stronger. Then, he didn't talk nonsense. Senior brother Yu is an elder, and I am a junior. Therefore, I will make the first move. I hope senior brother Yu won't blame me for being rude. Come. Minister Yu nodded proudly. Since he was the senior brother, he naturally wouldn't make the first move. Fire Dragon King's realm. On the ground, Lin Ling's body burst into flames. The flames lit up the sky, and he shot into the sky like a meteor. Roar. The Fire Dragon King's roar was terrifying. Many people knew that the Fire Dragon King was at the minor completion stage of the St. Mark martial arts. East Mountain's first king, Lin Ling. However, he still can't win against senior brother Yu. After all, senior brother Yu is a Saint Realm 5th heaven. In terms of St. Mark martial arts, senior brother Yu can only be stronger. Many people were looking forward to the battle between the 2 first kings. They didn't know who would be stronger. Even Hong Tianxia was looking forward to it because he didn't know who would win in the battle between him and Minister Yu. Junior brother Lin Ling is really amazing. However, you're still not qualified to be my senior brother. I'll make sure you call me senior brother when you kowtow to me. In the sky, the silver and white flood dragons appeared and wreaked havoc. On top of the flood dragons, Minister Yu's long hair fluttered in the wind. His hands moved rapidly, and then he struck out a palm. Bang! Bang! A thunderous sound resounded. The fire dragon and the 2 flood dragons were fighting a shocking battle. I have said that you are not qualified to be my senior brother. Minister Yu sneered. He could see that Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King couldn't suppress his silver and white flood dragons. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice resounded in the sky, uprooting the heavens and lifting the cauldron, shattering the space. Rumble. The space shattered. Behind the Fire Dragon King, a fist struck out. It actually joined forces with the Fire Dragon King and formed two St. Mark martial arts that bombarded Minister Yu. What? Two St. Mark martial arts? And together? In the sky, Minister Yu's eyes narrowed. He saw that the Fire Dragon King had broken through his silver and white flood dragons and was sweeping towards him. This change was beyond his imagination. He thought that since his St. Mark martial arts were stronger, it wouldn't be difficult for him to suppress the Fire Dragon King. However, he forgot that Lin Ling still had another source of energy. Pop. 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 Burning clouds appeared in the sky. Minister Yu couldn't block it and fell from the sky. The bones in his right hand were broken, and the surface of his skin was burned by the flames. When he hit the ground, everyone went silent. The West Mountain disciples stared, tongue-tied, their mouths parched. Their first king of the West Mountain was defeated in one move. How dare he mention the title of senior brother? Similarly, after the Eastern Mountain disciples recovered from their initial shock, they immediately let out thunderous cheers and held their heads high. Chapter 1592. Symbol Ancestor. Even the demonic Bone King was extremely excited. Then, he smiled bitterly. He thought that after this period of hard work, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Ling. However, from the looks of it, not only did the distance between them not shrink, it actually grew further and further apart. You won because you caught me off guard. At this moment, Minister Yu's face was extremely ugly. He endured the pain in his right hand and stared at Lin Ling. He had lost a lot of face this time. Of course, he thought that it was because he underestimated his opponent. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have two great holy mark martial arts. If he knew this, he wouldn't have lost so easily. A loss is a loss. Why do you have so many excuses? Junior brother Yu, am I right? Lin Ling landed from the sky. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked at his opponent and smiled. The words, Junior brother Yu, were even more ironic now. The higher one flew, the more painful it was to fall. Lin Ling had previously praised Minister Yu to the highest position, allowing him to enjoy the admiration of everyone. Now that he was defeated, it was even more humiliating. You said that in this world, strength is respected. Only the strong are qualified to be called senior brother. I wonder if junior brother Yu can call you senior brother now? Lin Ling said again. You. Minister Yu's heart was burning with anger. A moment ago, he was still senior brother and enjoyed Lin Ling's respectful greeting. However, the next moment, he fell to the bottom and became junior brother. The higher one flew, the more painful it was to fall. Junior brother Yu. Lin Ling reminded him again. Junior brother Yu? The surrounding people were silent. Lin Ling called him junior brother Yu so smoothly and with the dignity of a senior brother. It was as if Minister Yu was a junior brother. Senior brother Lin. Minister Yu knew that he had to call him that. He spat out 3 words with difficulty. Salute. Lin Ling said again. Don't go too far. Yu Shangshu was furious. I'm just speaking the truth. When you and I fight, you have to call me senior brother if you lose. Is junior brother Yu so overbearing that you don't admit defeat? Did he go back on his word? Lin Ling replied indifferently. This theory of inverting right and wrong came from Minister Yu, and now Lin Ling returned it to him. Senior Marshal Brother Lin Ling. Minister Yu held his injured right arm and bowed respectfully. He had lost. This was a fact that could not be changed. Huh, what a good junior brother Yu. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Eastern Mountain burst into laughter. Even the indifferent demonic Bone King revealed a smile. He was sincerely convinced that Lin Ling had become the #1 king of Eastern Mountain. Senior Marshal Brother Lin Ling, it was only a spar, yet you crippled Senior Marshal Brother Yu's right arm. Isn't that too ruthless? At this time, a disciple of the West Mountain said unwillingly. Lin Ling smiled and looked at those disciples who were talking. Although Junior Brother Yu is a peerless genius, it doesn't mean that he is invincible under the heavens. Therefore, if he suffers a little now, he will become smarter in the future. This sentence was exactly what the West Mountain disciples said when Minister Yu injured demonic Bone King. At this moment, Lin Ling also returned it to them. Those West Mountain disciples were suddenly speechless. Today, their West Mountain had lost all face. If you want to be a senior marshal brother, you don't need to rely on your mouth. If you want to use your seniority to gain the respect of others, other than strength, you also need to rely on your character. Unfortunately, you don't have both of these. Then, Lin Ling coldly snorted and turned to leave. Minister Yu's face was extremely gloomy. He believed that if he did not underestimate Lin Ling at the beginning, he would not have lost. Unfortunately, victory is victory, defeat is defeat, no one would believe his excuses. Let's go. The disciples of other mountains did not watch the show and went towards the floating mountain. The floating mountain floated in the sky, dense light filled the air, magnificent and magnificent. The disciples of various mountains arrived one after another. Along the way, many people saw Lin Ling, and they would more or less salute to Lin Ling. When everyone arrived, several figures slowly walked over. Their auras were powerful, like emperors and sovereigns. These people were the powerhouses with the title of Celestial Emperor. If they were placed in Xianping province, each of them would be a true overlord. Unfortunately, their eyes were set on the entire human world, so they rarely paid attention to the matters of Xianping province. Celestial Emperor Feiyang. Celestial Emperor Unhindered. Celestial Emperor Jade Light. Many disciples secretly said, their eyes were filled with respect. Lin Ling also stared at those powerhouses with the title of Celestial Emperor. He realized that with his current strength, he still could not see through them. However, Lin Ling soon saw that Celestial Emperor Unhindered nodding at him, while Celestial Emperor Feiyang had a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Is everyone here? At this time, a voice was heard. A white talisman appeared out of thin air and suddenly exploded, turning into a man in a white cloak. This person looked to be in his 40s, with a thick sword beard on his face. He was full of majesty. Most importantly, his white cloak was covered with mysterious talismans. Each talisman brought about an extremely strong pressure. Lin Ling, who is this senior? Among the 4 venoms of West Mountain, he whispered. She felt a strong pressure, which made it difficult for her to breathe. Lin Ling waved his hand, indicating for her to stop talking. Greetings, Talisman Ancestor. Celestial Emperor Unhindered and the rest cupped their hands and bowed. Talisman Ancestor? Many disciples' faces changed. Could it be that powerhouse? Obviously, many people had heard of this powerhouse, and they were even more in awe. Talisman Ancestor, with the title of Xian Di, is one of the oldest disciples of the 7 Emperors Heaven. I didn't expect him to be here. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven whispered to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Title of Xian Di? Could it be that he is a powerhouse who is above the title of Celestial Emperor? Such a powerhouse would only appear in the highest executor's hall in the human world. I will be the one to teach you this time. The man in the white cloak said indifferently. His eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the disciples. Wherever his eyes passed, everyone seemed to be seen through. All of you are the top young powerhouses in Xianping province. Every one of you has an inheritance, and you have the responsibility to protect the human world. I hope that the arrogant and despotic behavior from before will not happen again. The disciples of the human world are precious. If you want to show off, you can go to other places. Talisman Ancestor added. All the disciples fell silent. They could sense that Talisman Ancestor was talking about Lin Ling. There were fewer disciples in the Seven Emperors' heaven. Therefore, they were not allowed to kill and were particular about unity. It was no wonder that Talisman Ancestor would reprimand Lin Ling. Lin Ling's previous behavior had indeed affected the unity of the disciples. Minister, you sneered. Lin Ling was just an arrogant junior in Xianping province. He did not know about the highest executor's hall in the human world. Such a person dared to be arrogant in the Seven Emperors' heaven. He was simply courting death. Among all the disciples, he was the only one who knew the Talisman Ancestor. Firstly, he and the Talisman Ancestor were both under the same Seven Emperors. Secondly, he had followed the Talisman Ancestor out to train in the past. Although they were not close friends, the Talisman Ancestor would definitely help him when he met other disciples. Don't think that you can become an emperor just because you have a purple mansion. In the human world, I have seen people who were more powerful than you. However, they also fell. Talisman Ancestor said again. This time, he was obviously talking about Lin Ling. Chapter 1593. Secrets of the Human World, Avalon of Five Elements. Lord Symbol Ancestor, I would like to ask, what is the mission of the Seven Emperors' world? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Yes. Many people's expressions changed slightly. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to speak to the Symbol Ancestor. Even the Sky Emperor's eyes narrowed. One should know that he had to bow respectfully in front of the Symbol Ancestor. Protect the human race and prevent foreign enemies from invading. Yes. The Symbol Ancestor looked at Lin Ling and spoke indifferently. He clearly did not expect Lin Ling to ask him this question. If foreign enemies invade and insult our dignity, what should we do? Lin Ling asked again as if he did not know what ancient figure he was facing. Naturally, we will raise our weapons and resist the enemy. We would rather die than submit. The Symbol Ancestor spoke again. Lord Symbol Ancestor is right. If anyone insults our dignity, regardless of where they come from, we will raise our weapons and resist the enemy. We would rather die than submit. Lin Ling nodded and his voice turned cold. Previously, Lord Symbol Ancestor said that I am arrogant and despotic. However, Symbol Ancestor should know that someone is insulting our dignity and wants us Eastern Mountain disciples to respectfully address him as senior brother. The two words senior brother hold great significance. If we lower our heads and address him as senior brother, where will our dignity go? Yes. Lin Ling's voice was calm, but it carried a sharp and powerful aura. This caused the Symbol Ancestor's eyes to narrow. If we cannot even handle our own affairs and have to put down our dignity and apologize, how can we resist the invasion of foreign enemies? Do we have to lower our heads and respectfully address them as senior brother? Lin Ling spoke again. The Symbol Ancestor immediately fell silent. If martial artists do not even have a backbone, how can we protect our homeland? How can others place their trust in us? Yes. We would rather die standing than live kneeling. No one can insult our dignity. If all martial artists in the human world were like this, would foreign enemies dare to invade? Yes. Lord Symbol Ancestor, I am right. Yes. Lin Ling continued speaking with a thunderous voice that caused the Symbol Ancestor to frown, unable to say a single word. The surrounding disciples were shocked, not because they were shocked by Lin Ling's courage, but because they were shocked by Lin Ling's words. Yes, they would rather die standing than live kneeling. When facing their senior brother, they didn't even care about their dignity. When facing a stronger enemy, who would still dare to fight? Humans should strive for a single breath. Only when this breath exists can the heavens and earth be at peace forever. Lord Symbol Ancestor, I'm right. Lin Ling stared at the Symbol Ancestor and his aura was extremely domineering. You're right. The Symbol Ancestor's eyes flickered and he admitted that Lin Ling was right. I agree with Lin Ling's words. This is what it means to be a martial artist of my generation. Our backbone will never fade. At this time, Unhindered Heaven Emperor smiled and said, I support Lin Ling. The Symbol Ancestor nodded and didn't say anything else. No one knew if he was angry or if he didn't care about Lin Ling's rebuttal at all. Only Minister Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Ling's mouth to be so sharp and sharp. I've gathered all of you here because the demons in the ghost region are becoming more and more rampant. Not long ago, a large number of ghost race members rushed out of the ghost region and tried to invade the human realm. The demon region is also getting restless. Therefore, the 7 emperors have ordered that it's time for all of you disciples to come into contact with the secrets of the human realm. The Symbol Ancestor waved his hand and said, this is also a mission given to all of you by the 7 emperors. All participants will be rewarded with 10 drops of half-sage essence. Everyone, follow me. After speaking, a spirit talisman floated out from the Symbol Ancestor's white cloak. It expanded and appeared under his feet, carrying him into the sky. The disciples hurriedly followed and Lin Ling and the others were among them. Lin Ling, impressive. Even the Symbol Ancestor dares to rebuke you. In the sky, the 9 spirits of heaven gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. Lin Ling shook his head. Although his words seemed to be rebuking the Symbol Ancestor, they were actually his inner thoughts. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, in the sacred land of the rainforest, if one didn't have a strong backbone, how could there be a peaceful home? Therefore, Lin Ling would never submit to the other party no matter how strong they were. Don't underestimate the Symbol Ancestor. He is that elder's subordinate. Although he didn't act out previously, it didn't mean that he didn't care. On the contrary, he cared a lot. At this moment, the reigning Sky Thearch's voice rang out. He was reminding Lin Ling. However, it was normal. After being rebuked by Lin Ling, how could the mysterious formidable martial artist named Xian Di swallow his pride? I will be careful. Lin Ling nodded. Since he dared to rebuke, he naturally had nothing to fear. The Symbol Ancestor had also said that the 7 emperors emphasized unity. As long as Lin Ling was in the right, the Symbol Ancestor wouldn't dare to touch him easily. After all, there were 7 mysterious 7 emperors above the Symbol Ancestor. The Symbol Ancestor would have to restrain himself no matter what he did. The 7 emperors aren't united? After that, Lin Ling asked curiously. The reigning Sky Thearch smiled and shook his head. Although everyone's goal is to protect the mortal domain, under the same heaven and earth, there will naturally be differences in strength. Over time, competition is inevitable. This is something that even the 7 emperors can't avoid. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed very normal. Blood brothers would always settle their debts clearly. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the 7 emperors to not be at peace. However, if the mortal domain was to face a calamity, the 7 emperors would still unite and fight against external enemies. After all, if they weren't united, they would be cursed. Experts at the level of the 7 emperors obviously valued their reputation very much. The group of people flew into the distance in a grandiose manner. When they passed by Xianping province, some warriors saw the people in the sky and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that those people should be the top experts in Xianping province. I'm so envious. Many people were in awe and yearning. If only they were among them, they would be the proudest existences in the mortal domain. After a long time, the group arrived at the border of Xianping province. A vast red wall appeared in front of them. This wall sat on the ground and was mottled and ancient, as if a dragon was sleeping there. However, although the wall was dead, countless people trembled with fear when they approached it. This is the purpose of bringing you here. It is to introduce you to the Avalon of 5 elements in the mortal domain. This is also the order of the 7 emperors. Ordinary people are not allowed to know the secrets of the mortal domain. The symbol ancestor stopped and looked indifferently at the ancient wall in the distance. Everyone's eyes flickered. Avalon of 5 elements? This wall is the last line of defense in the mortal domain. Once the devil race, ghost race, and people from outside the mortal domain invade, the Avalon of 5 elements will unleash a powerful force to block the invaders. In the history of the mortal domain, the Avalon of 5 elements has blocked countless invaders. Although it is covered in scars, its pride still exists. When the Avalon of 5 elements was mentioned, the symbol ancestor showed a rare reverence. Rise. The symbol ancestor continued to speak. His right hand formed a complicated seal and then pointed it out. Rumble. The ancient city wall in the distance actually began to squirm. The mottled ancientness faded away, and the fiery red wall soared into the sky, separating heaven and earth. The terrifying temperature actually made it difficult for everyone to breathe. As far as the eye could see, it was a towering fiery wall. It was hard to imagine that with such a wall, would the devil race and ghost race still be able to get close to the human realm? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.